Wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all of participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of the 6th International Conference on Sustainable Innovations 2022. This year, ICoSI brings out the issues of the sustainable innovations and global society, with the main theme of optimizing global benefit for future well-being.
Ladies and gentlemen and all participants, let us now introduce ourselves. I'm Santi Zaidan and this is my colleague.
My name is Emir Gembilang Jayaringga.
We are very happy and proud to be your host in the second day of this conference. This conference is trying to play a role as a vehicle of showcasing scientific works from all around the world, not only from researchers, lecturers, government officers, students, and all parties with the same interest.
This year, a COSI committee received more than 1,300 abstracts, 1,000 papers, and almost 1,000 video presentations from 30 countries. And we also have 21 co-hosts from universities partners around the world.
Yesterday, we have our keynote speakers, and today we still have 13 focus conferences from various disciplines ongoing right now. The first is the 6th International Conference of Medical and Health Science, the 4th International Conference on Nursing Studies, the 3rd International Conference on Pharmaceutical Updates.
And also we have the 6th Dental Research Exhibitions and Meeting, 5th International Conference on Sustainable Agriculture, 3rd International Conference on Agribusiness and Rural Development,
the 3rd International Conference on Information Technology, Advanced Mechanical and Electrical Engineering, the 2nd International Symposium of Civil, Environmental and Infrastructure Engineering, the 8th International Conference on Accounting and Finance.
And we also have the 8th International Conference on Management Sciences, the 2nd Asian Conference on Comparative Laws, 1st International Conference on Arabic Language, Literature and Education, and the last but not least, the 6th International Symposium on Social, Humanities, Education and Religious Studies.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will give you the live situation from each 13 focus conferences, and we will have our reporter to give you the report from each focal conferences. So stay tuned and we'll be right back.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome.
Welcome speech from the Honorable of the Head of Arabic Language Education Department, Al Ustad Muhammad Naim Najib, FF, MES, PhD.
Oh, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala nabiyyina Muhammadin sallallahu alaihi wasallam afsahul arab lisanan wa ablaguhum bayanan wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in amma ba'd. Alhamdulillah, I'm most grateful to Allah for enabling us to embark on first international conference in our department Arabic Language Education, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. As the medium of instruction of our department, Arabic and English play an important role in the context of teaching and learning. Hence, language issues and education has a close connection that need to be discussed in order to strengthen the use and understanding of both languages and other foreign languages. The primary objective of this international conference, as namely I called, is to provide for scholars, researchers, and intellectuals from different parts of the world to further their discussion on the Arabic language, linguistics, literature, and education in this digital era. It is hoped that the participants' insightful contribution to these themes will highlight the contemporary trend taking place in the development of sciences and technology today. On behalf of my colleagues in Arabic Education Department, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, I have particular pleasure to extend genuine appreciation to our invitation speakers, Professor Dustin Cowell, Professor of Arabic Studies at University of Wisconsin-Madison, USA, and Professor Ignacia Gutierrez de Terran Gomez Benita, Head of Arabic and Islamic Studies Department, Faculty of Humanities, Universidad Autónoma de Madrid, UAM, Spain, for their generous support and encouragement that make this conference possible, bi'ithnillah. Members of the organizing committee and supporting staff of University Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta deserve abundant thanks for their tireless effort that make this conference a successful and attractive. Special thanks and gratitude go to the delegates and participants whose contribution and expected lively deliberation will hopefully make this scholarly gathering a remarkable success. فهذا الجهد الذي قام به أساتذة قسم تعليم اللغة العربية بجامعة محمدية يogyakarta لن يكن له وجود إلا بمساعدة من إدارة هذه الجامعة ولا سيما الأستاذ بروفيسور المهندس بناون بوديانتو مدير جامعة محمدية يogyakarta والأستاذ بروفيسور المهندس سوكانتا نائب مدير الجامعة لشؤون البحوث والأكاديمية والشكر موصول لكل من أسهم بكل مباشر في إخراج هذا السفر العلمي القيم. سائلين الله تعالى أن يوفقنا لما يحبه ويرضاه ويسدد خطانا نحو حكمة لغة القرآن الكريم وعلومها المفيدة التي نتشرف أن نكون في خدمة دراستها ونشرها بين المسلمين ولجميع الأمة. وأخير دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
So we just filter and then we got from the waste material used for the road. Okay, and then another interesting is the nano clay. So the clay we can get very easy in any place, okay, especially in the Yogyakarta. So the clay is have many types, and also from the Gunung Merapi, maybe also we can get some of the clay, and that clay can be converted to the nanoparticle, then can be used for the any constructions. I mean any construction for the like example the building, the concrete, and also for the mechanical and for the chemical. Okay, so that one is talking about the nano lah. But the nano I'm not explain detail here because we doesn't have enough time. So just concentrate on the innovation. Okay, so another example, the waste materials can be said for the innovations. There is the root from the waste plastic. Okay, so this is the main problems. The main problem in any place in the world, not only in Indonesia or in Malaysia. So the plastic, after your from a market, you bring the plastic and then you throw out to the as the rubbish. So that plastic actually can be used for the making the good roads. I mean the goods of the road transportation, the pavement. Okay, so in Bogor, I think in Bogor, Jawa Barat, on 2018, so we have collaborations to make the road in the perumahan from the plastic waste. And also in Malaysia, they have not much, a little, just a few kilometers, the roads applied using the waste material. I mean the plastic waste. Okay, so this is some of the methods that producing the plastic and then applied for the pavement. Okay, so this is very simple actually, very simple way to produce the waste plastic for the pavement. Okay, so we just collect the plastic from the outside and then sorting. Sorting meaning example, the bag plastics and the bottle plastic. So we have to separate, and then we use the instrument to grinding. Maybe can we say the shredding lah, shredding to make it smallest particle from the plastic. And then when we get the particle around like example the 1 millimeter or 2 millimeter, and then directly we can mix to the pavements, and then we apply in the real roads. Okay, so this is example lah, but the one is not the real condition lah. So I just taking the pictures from the other side. All right, so this is from the plastic. Okay, let's see what is the challenge actually. Oh, sorry. Oh, one slide I think have a problem. Okay, so don't know what happened this slide, the number 13. Okay, but the challenge is, okay, so the challenge is, so when we apply direct this plastic, so sometimes cannot mix directly to the bitumen because of what? The plastic have some chemical like the rubber. So that one we need to make it smallest particle. So when we go to the smallest particle, so meaning we need to use another instrument for the shredding. That one is the main challenge when use the plastics as the material for the pavement. Okay, so let's go to see another example. Okay, the woods. Okay, ini kayu, ini memang banyak di Indonesia, apalagi ini paling banyak sekali menghasilkan kayu. Okay, so this woods just for a few process. Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry, I think still have problem. Maybe panitia bisa tolong tampilkan slide. Okay, minta maaf
It's okay, Dokter.
Okay, minta maaf, main technical. So kalau online ni memang sering terjadi begini. Okay, so this word is arang. So this arang in English that we call the charcoal. So in bahasa Indonesia arang, bahasa Melayu pun arang. So this charcoal also can be used for the constructions, like example the pavements and also the building. So what we can apply this one. So we need to convert this word to the ash. Ash meaning is seperti tepung. So ini kita hancurkan dulu arang ini setelah dibakar jadi hitam. Then we use the instruments, the grinding process to produce until the ash. Okay, so that we can see the example here, the ash. Actually, the ash can be in the white color and can be in the black color. But normally the arang will be in the black color kan, warna dia hitam. Tapi kalau bakar sebentar, kalau bakar yang lama, misalnya membakar sampai dengan 30 menit, arang ni bukan lagi hitam tapi akan warnanya seperti keabu-abuan, seperti tepung lah. Jadi, so this ash can be used for the improvement of the concrete or of the pavement. Okay, so I think this is also the one of the innovations from the waste material, especially from the agriculture waste. So anything material, the waste material, termasuk ranting kayu ataupun kulit kelapa, itu pun bisa dipakai untuk meningkatkan performance of the construction. Okay, so another example from the agriculture is that we call the rush hash. Okay, ini padi lah, paling gampang kita bilang ini padi. So ini salah satu, Indonesia merupakan salah satu penghasil padi terbesar di Asia Tenggara. So I think it's not difficult to find this waste material from the Indonesia. And then this waste material also can be used to any construction. Also, Songkla University. So they are use this waste material for the improvement of the agriculture products. So misalnya tomatnya kecil bisa besar dalam waktu 1 bulan ataupun kurang daripada 1 bulan. Itu menggunakan sekam padi. Okay. So we need like this, the example. So from the rashas, and then they have burning process. If we collect directly from the farmer, itu yang udah dibakar di sawah, mungkin hitamnya ada yang terlalu hitam, ada yang hitam biasa aja. That one is also can be used. But if you want a good performance for this rashas, so we need burning in the control system. But that one will be make the pollution kan. So if we have some of the instrument I'm fabricates that one for the burning these rashas, so can also reduce the pollutions for the environment. Okay, so I have met many of study using of this material for the pavement and also for the concrete. Okay, so for the pavement, last 2 months, 2 bulan lalu, ini sekam padi ini saya pakai di penutup got. Itu untuk menutup got tu kan dari konkrit ni, dari material ini, jadi saya pakai dari sekam padi. That one has been applied at the University Malaysia Pahang untuk menutup got or the kalau bahasa Melayu longkang lah, but in bahasa Indonesia itu got lah. Okay, so this material not only can be used for the concrete and also can be applied for the pavement. For the pavement, it's not much because we have another process. So after the if you've seen the color in the black one, and then we need to transfer to the smallest particle. So what the method can be used that we call the grinding process. Okay, so we grind this material until smaller size. We need for the pavement is around 25 microns. So of course we have to grind using the grinding media until production's smallest, also until the particle size is around 25 micron. Okay, so I'm sure this material is not difficult to find, especially in the Yogyakarta. So we have many of this material. Ini di kampung saya pun banyak nih. Kalau di Aceh itu memang hampir semua tempat, hampir semua daerah ataupun kabupaten, so they will they will throw out this material. Okay, so this is a good innovation actually for productions green technology from the waste material. But they have one challenge for this waste material. Actually, we cannot add many percentage. I mean, cannot be add more than 20% from the original binder or original cement. If you want to replace the cement, or cannot be more than 10% for the bitumen or for the asphalt. Okay, so I think this is one of the challenges. So we need more study how to make it more replacement of this material for the production of the green technology, either in the concrete or in the pavement. Okay, so maybe in the next times we can make the collaborations between the UMP and also the University Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta to produce the green technology. Maybe in Yogyakarta they have been studied before, so we can go to another collaboration to make it more easy use this material in the concrete or in the pavement. Okay, so this is another innovations from agricultures. Also can be found very easy. Ini banyak nih di Indonesia, apalagi ini memang banyak sekali. So this one can be get very easy lah in many places in Indonesia. So especially in the village from my in Aceh. So I can get this one very easy. So they will throw this one any place. So this can be used for the improvement of the concrete, if we talk about the concrete. And then also can be used for innovation of the root as the bitumen. Okay, so what we can get from here, so you can see here the coconut shell, ini kulit kelapa, tempurung kelapa. So after the process of the burning, ini prosesnya mungkin seperti arang. Then we got in the black color in the powder one. Okay, this can be used for the improvement of the pavement. Okay, on another one is also we can use this coconut shell as the replacement of the aggregate. So meaning is we will have a green technology if we apply this waste material in the concrete or in the pavement. Okay, for the concrete maybe we can use this tempurung kelapa as the replacement of the aggregate. So you can see here the small cube of the coconut shell. Ini setelah dipotong lah. So we need some process to cut until get the aggregate size. Maybe the aggregate you want to use is 10 millimeter, and then we can grind or shredding using the instruments until the minimum size. Okay, but the challenge is, about the fiber. So if you see in the coconut shell, so they have the fiber. So this fiber actually will be affected if you want to replace at the aggregate. So they have some challenge on the bonding. Okay, if we have more fiber, kalau lihat ada serat-serat di kelapa tu, okay, so this fiber actually is not good for the bondings between the aggregates and the coconut shell. So maybe the challenge is we need to do some treatment lah to remove all the this fiber. But if we want to apply this for the pavement, so we don't need to remove any fiber on the coconuts. So we just text direct, and then from the black ones, I mean you see the color in the black one, in the powder one, then just replace to the bitumen. So for the pavement, it's no problem. It's easily to use. But for the concrete, we need to do the some of treatment. I mean, treatment is not for the chemicals solution. So we just remove the fiber on the top of coconut. So the coconut will be clean lah from any serat. Okay, that one will be the good one for the green technology in the concrete. All right. Okay, so I think this is the last, if not miss the last slide. Oh, sorry, I have another two. Okay, so this also one of the waste material for the innovations from the agriculture that we call the kelapa sawit. Okay, so the kelapa sawit we can get not very easy lah, because we have to ask the company that produce produce this material. But that material is free, so no need to pay. Okay, so in Malaysia, I just collecting this from the Malaysia Boss Oil, dari perusahaan yang menghasilkan kelapa sawit lah. So yang ini very easy to get, and also no need to pay. But the process the challenge is when the process to be a green material, so that one will be long process. Comparing to the others material from the agriculture, this kelapa sawit is quite difficult lah, but not very difficult, but have some difficulties. So that one is the challenge. The challenge to produce this kelapa sawit to be more green technology in the concrete or in the or in the pavement. Some of the researchers from the National University of Singapore, so now they apply this material from kelapa sawit in the mechanical part. I'm seeing last time they have like the screening routes. So I don't know how they use this one, but there is also one of the innovations from the kelapa sawit into the mechanical engineering. Okay, so this is a few example. The waste materials can be made for the innovations, any construction. So like example, the concrete, the e-waste meaning is electronic. So if you throw the cable, the TV, radio, handphone, that one is not used. So that we call the electronic waste. Also can be used for the improvement of construction. So I mean, can be make it for the green technology. But e-waste is quite difficult to use in any green of the technology. Okay, then coconut shell. So I have explained just now. And then also we can use in the polystyrene concrete, the plastic waste, and then the crushed plastic. Okay, the crushed plastic is from the tire of transportation. Okay, this is one of the waste material. Actually, we have many waste material. The plastic, also not the bag plastic, the bottle mineral water also can be used for the improvement of the concrete. If we talk about the concrete, that one is also can be used as the aggregate replacement. But they have a big challenge because the plastic cannot be absorbed the water easily. Meaning is the bonding between cement and the aggregates, so will be cracked faster the building comparing to the normal one. That one maybe we need to use another chemical reactions for the stabilize of the concrete. Okay, so I think they have many expertise in the University Muhammadiyah, so we can make another collaboration later lah, to produce the green technology, either in the mechanical, in the chemical, or in the civil engineering. Because when I do some research using this waste material, so I cannot make it alone. I mean, this need collaboration with the others field. So in UMP, I'm collaborate this research with the Faculty of the Chemical Engineering, and also I'm collaborate with the Faculty of the Mechanical Engineering. Because the mechanical, so we need to design for the smallest particle, for the production of the waste material. So that one we need to collaborate with the Faculty of Mechanical, because the civil engineering, I'm sure we doesn't have any expertise on that particular part. Then for the chemical, so for the chemical we need to study what is the main components inside of the waste material. So we need the expertise from the chemical part. And then for the civil engineering, the application. So when we apply, then we need to design. So what is our target? Is it for the high building, for the low building, or any type of the construction? Okay, so and then this is I think the last one. Okay, so this is one of the routes made from the waste plastic. This is at Australia. So not much, only 5 kilometers. But after 2 years, they doesn't have any problems to the traffic. So meaning is can be used for the long-term periods of the waste plastic in the pavement. But we don't know lah what will be happen after 5 years because the plastic is like the rubber. If very hot conditions, so they will melting. But if very cool condition, and then another problem will be happen. Okay, this is also is a good researchers to investigate more about the plastic used in the pavement. Okay, so I just give this the example lah. Okay, the waste plastic maybe we can apply in another green technology, not only in the civil engineering. All right. Okay. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you very much. So only this my slide presentation due to the time constraint. Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for keeping up with the 6th International Conference on Sustainable Innovations 2022, Optimizing Global Benefit for Future Wellbeing. This morning, our 13 focal conferences are also starting their second day of the conference. So, to take a look at how the focal conference are going right now, we have been connected to our reporter, Bella. Bella, are you with me? Bella, can you hear me?
Could you hear me?
Bella, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Bella, please take us to the focal conferences.
Okay, thank you, Brother Emir. In this beautiful morning, we will have the chairperson of International Conference on Pharmaceutical Updates, Dr. Apotheker Ghazali, MSc. Good morning, Dr. Ghazali.
Good morning.
Okay, you seems very busy today. Yes. Okay. And how are you in this beautiful morning?
A little bit rushed.
A little bit rush.
A little bit anxious also.
Anxious. And there's a storm in your head like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
My brain.
Okay. For the opening of focal interview today, could you please explain to the audience about ICPU?
Okay, ICPU, or Third International Conference on Pharmaceutical Updates. This year we have outlined about the new life after pandemic era, or what should a pharmacist do?
Okay, like that. So, what's ICPU theme this year?
The theme, as I have mentioned before, it is a new life after pandemic era of COVID-19.
Oh, that's the theme of today. Yes.
So take a part of that. And from the various background of pharmacists, we try to take a part how to address that.
Oh, so it's like a sharing knowledge.
Yeah,
Yes, between the researcher or what is it, the expert? Academician. Okay. So, and what exactly the aim of or goals of ICPU this year?
The aim is maybe a little bit different from previous.
Yeah, from previous. Okay.
We try to outline about the role of pharmacists, academicians, and the practitioners, and maybe from the hospitals or clinicians to take a part of pandemic era.
Okay. Pardon? Could we? Yes. Okay. And then, what else? I think it's enough. Oh, okay. So, this is the third or the second of ICPU?
The third.
The third. Okay. So I think that ICPU is held. Is it twice? Is it twice? Once in 2 years? Once in 2 years. Okay. So what is the previous ICPU theme about? What makes it different with today's ICPU?
Okay, from previous, we think that in the previous we held on the neurological disease.
Okay.
But now it back to the pandemic era of COVID-19, we try to outline about the role of pharmacies in community and clinical pharmacies.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what is the benefit for other, I mean for human being and others?
New knowledge maybe.
New knowledge.
Yeah.
Others maybe?
New knowledge and for academicians, improvements also. Yeah,
okay.
from the quality of life,
etc. Like that.
Yeah, quality of life.
So, how's the condition? How's it going at ICPU venue right now?
I think so far it's okay.
So far it's okay because it is early morning, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
We are now on plenary.
Plenary session.
Yeah, plenary session.
Okay, with the keynote speaker or not?
We have at least 4, including me.
Including you. Oh my God. Okay. So, for the last question, maybe, how many abstracts and papers that submitted to ICPU this year?
Okay, we have at least 147.
147
participants with their abstract, of course.
Their abstract, are all of them come from Indonesia or from abroad?
At least we have 11 countries, excluding Indonesia.
Excluding Indonesia, so Indonesia it must be 12.
Yeah, must be 12.
Right. So, is there any Western country?
Western,
yes.
We saw from the United States.
United States, okay, that's amazing. Okay, Dr. Ghazali, thank you for today's information and good luck for ICPU.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You are very welcome.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, thank you, Bella. Thank you, Dr. Ghazali. Thank you for explaining us a little bit more about the 3rd International Conference on Pharmaceutical Updates. And please keep up with us, and there will be more reports to come, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Very in US at least, become a common talking topic. People were discussing this in the papers, in the newsrooms, on TV and media. So in 1980s, we had this damage was done to our profession. But now we have done, they have done a big, just to give you a sort of a final story about this. Lot of inquiries. After the inquiry, it was shown that she did not get the HIV from the dentist anyway. So, infection control recommendations. So, the case of Kimberly Bergalis highlighted the critical importance of infection control in dentistry and led to its reinforcement all over the world. So, at that, then we said that we have to recognize and consider that all patients attending a clinic, irrespective of their health status, could be infectious. And then actually, it's 1982, we declared our early 80s universal precautions. Then we actually improved these precautions. And the second level, I told you there were 3 arrows: the universal precautions, the standard precautions, and the transmission-based precautions. The second level was standard precautions, and that was a so-called enhanced advisory to reduce the spread of bloodborne and other pathogens in hospital clinics. So that was a little bit more rigorous than the universal precautions. And finally, today we have these so-called transmission-based precautions on top of the standard precautions. And these transmission-based precautions were introduced to reduce the risk of causing droplet, aerosol, and contact transmission of airborne highly infectious diseases. Now, this was earlier applied to things like TB, and vancomycin-resistant Staph aureus infection and various other things, which I don't want to go into. But now in dentistry, we have to abide by these transmission-based precautions because of the aerosol and droplet spread of contact transmission of the SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19. And also there is another one which is floating around, which is coming, which hopefully will not go around, which is called monkeypox, but I'm not going to go into details of that now. So transmission-based precautions are the guidelines enforced during the COVID-19 era with additional modifications owing to the high probability of aerosol transmission of SARS-CoV-2. Right, so that actually gives you a very good description of how we arrived here up to this point. And let me just look into the glass bowl, as it were, and discuss the post-pandemic dentistry, right? So what is the strategy of the dental community in the face of the emerging SARS-CoV-2 variants? Mind you, I predict that this is not going to end. You know, we'll have BA2, BA5, we get another variant within the next 6 months. Because as you saw in the Charles Darwin, who said survival of the fittest, just like the fittest guys in humans survive, similarly the viruses will as they evolve in their glycoproteins, in the outer spikes, they will evolve. Right, so in regards to post-pandemic dentistry, I have divided it into like 5 or 6 segments. So first is COVID-19 vaccines and vaccination, right? The second is point of care diagnostics. Third is teledentistry. Fourth is infection control, which includes administrative controls and engineering controls. And last but not least, continuing education and pedagogy. So, so let me, within the next 10-15 minutes or so, let me take you through these factors, which are very, very important. And as dentists, we have to know about this. So let me start through COVID-19 vaccines and vaccinations. I mean, this is now becoming a topic of so much interest to the general population. And as dentists, you have to really know up to scratch about these vaccines and vaccination. And also, I have to tell you, you know, the scenario of these vaccines and vaccinations changes on a daily basis for various reasons, because of the variants are coming up on a daily, on a monthly or bi-monthly basis, and the vaccines are coming up on various types of new vaccines, as you will see in a moment. Here you are. So now, what is the current situation with COVID vaccine? If the New York Times, they are called coronavirus vaccine tracker, and you can see the vaccines which are going through various trials. I don't have time to go through this for phase 1, phase 2. But currently, look at this one here. So vaccine early or limited use up to now, in July 18, there are 21 vaccines. So actually, it's really, really good news, because there's a lot of money in it. The manufacturers are putting a lot of effort into this. And so there are so many different manufacturers from all over the world, from US to Europe and India, and possibly in Indonesia, I don't know about. Possibly, I don't know. Maybe you can enlighten me later. So of these, 12 different types of vaccines are now approved by the FDA, which means that's the highest level of approval. And so we are very, very fortunate that within the 1 year of COVID, that we got a vaccine. Now, I just want to remind you, after now HIV started in 1981, right? Now today is almost 40 years later, we still don't have vaccine for HIV. Imagine if this happened for the COVID. I mean, there will be a lot of people who are going to be die, much more, millions and millions more. So actually, there are projections that the number of people that have been saved by this vaccine is historical indeed. So the vaccines are very, very good. So the point I'm going to say is that we have a good spectrum of vaccines and we have to use them. The side effects are minimal. Even those who are with allergic reactions can get the vaccines without any major secondary illnesses. Now, at this one is a very complicated slide. I'm not going to take you through this, but on the extreme left, you can see the different types of common vaccines which are now available. This gives you only about 7 vaccines. As I said, there are 12 available, and these are the different platforms. We have the mRNA vaccines, the old traditional vaccine production. But I want you to just look at the yellow column here. Is preventing hospitalization. Now, all these vaccines which are available today, essentially, if you don't have chronic diseases or uncontrolled diabetes or problems with immunity and so on, virtually gives you total protection once they are totally complete. But you get, as we know now, people who have got 3 doses get breakthrough infections, so-called breakthrough infections. But then, these are like flu, and after 4 to 5 days, you become well, and then even if you are elderly, people are, they do not actually, they may be hospitalized very, very rarely, but even healthy people, but they usually do not succumb to the disease. So this is the important point, and I'm sure you know about it, but I think it is our duty as dentists. You're talking about post-pandemic dentistry. We have to educate our patients and their families, your families, about the importance of getting the vaccination. Now, there are certain groups of people for religious or cultural beliefs, they do not go for vaccination, but that is a shame because they could be carriers of infection. And look at the effectiveness of these vaccines, as I say, you see. So after the 3rd dose, they go up to about 95 to 93% effective. Now, these are Moderna, Pfizer, and AstraZeneca. Now, I have to tell you something here. And this graph came up about 6 months ago. But then now we know this Omicron variant and the BA.5 variant, the vaccine effectiveness is low. It has gone down to about 40%, almost half effectiveness. But nevertheless, that means if it is almost 80%, 90% effective, you will not get the disease. You will not get any symptoms. But if it is half as effective, you may get some symptoms of soreness and loss of taste and smell, and then of course, flu-like illness for about 5 to 6 days or 1 week. So this is where the vaccine manufacturers are now coming up with various new vaccines. Now they are called bivalent vaccines for the Omicron variant as well as the BA.5 variant, and some of them are being in phase 3 trials just now in USA, in various and in Europe. So you will get in the fullness of time, I think by the end of the year, you will get a bivalent vaccine or even a trivalent vaccine. Now the vaccine which all of us will have to get as dental practitioners as the flu vaccine, every year you may not know that the vaccine, the constituents, the antigenic composition of the vaccine has to be changed depending on the strain which is circulating at the time in the region. So similarly, this is going to happen. And as I will show you later, we'll have to take vaccines either 6 months or 1 yearly as we go along. And the other thing which is going to come is that they have I think it's called the co-flu vaccine.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for still joining the 6th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation 2022, Optimizing Global Benefit for Future Wellbeing. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, we have 13 focus conferences running right now. And we have connected to our colleague, our reporter, in one of the focal conference in the ICAF, the 8th International Conference on Accounting and Finance, Sister Bella.
Yes.
Yes.
Hello, Sister Santi.
Yes, thank you very much for being our reporter today. And please, your report,
Yes.
Sister Bella from ICAF.
Okay, actually, Sister Santi, we will have IC Tami first.
IC Tami.
So after that, ICAF.
IC Tami
Yes, IC
from
Tami.
the International Conference
Yes.
on Information Technology, Advanced Mechanical and Electrical Engineering.
Yes.
Okay, please, your report from IC Tami.
Okay. So today we will have International Conference on Advanced Information Technology, Mechanical and Electrical Engineering, or ICTAMI. It has 62 papers from 9 countries such as United Arab Emirates, Spain, UK, Indonesia, India, Iraq, Malaysia, Pakistan, and Thailand. All papers will be submitted to the AIP Conference Proceeding Index by Scopus. And now we'll welcome Mr. Ahdan Fawaz. Okay, hello Mr. Ahdan.
Hello, Miss Bella.
Okay, finally we meet again in this event.
Yeah, we meet
Okay.
again.
And how have you been?
I'm great. And you? How are you
I'm
today?
very good too. Okay. Could you please look to the camera with us? Okay, thank you. Okay, as I know, this is the third time of IC Tami, am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so for today's event, could you please explain to the audience a little bit more about ICITA MEE 2022?
The third of EC Tame is unique platform for sharing idea and concept between first aspect of biomedical, mechanical, and electrical, and more aspect about engineering.
About engineering, so
Yeah.
it's like a sharing session between the expert and the academician, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So actually, what the aim or the goals of ICITech AMEE 2022?
The aim is like
Yes.
the term for optimizing the science and technology for the future life. So the goal is the sharing ideas.
Or sharing ideas.
This is idea and concept.
Okay, so the output, I mean the positive impact for human beings, what are of them?
The positive aspect is the sharing idea that and we got new knowledge.
New knowledge, okay.
Sure, and new partner for research, so we can join the new community.
Okay, so could you explain to the audience maybe the speaker or the keynote speakers for ICITech AMEE 2022?
The keynote speaker, we have four keynote speaker.
Okay.
One from Indonesia, from UMI, from civil engineer, associate professor Jadul Iksan is our lecturer, and third from Malaysia, that is from Professor Teddy Gunawan, Professor Ramadan Shah, and Professor Mira Kartiwi.
Okay, that's good. So, how many papers and abstracts that submitted to ICITech AMEE 2022?
The total abstract are 77 abstracts, but now accepted are 57 papers has accepted.
57 papers.
57
Okay,
papers.
so most of them or all of them are Indonesian?
No.
Participant, no?
No, they are 10 countries,
10
including
countries,
Indonesia.
including Indonesia. Okay. And now, the last question. How about the condition at ICTAMI right now?
The condition is good.
The condition is good, so all people are busy with their work.
Yeah, people is busy.
Okay, okay, Mrs. Ahdan, hopefully the event run well until the last time, and thank you for today's cooperation.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That's all from me, and back to you, Sister Santi.
Thank you very much, Sister Bella, for the report, and thank you, Mr. Afdan, for the interview this morning from ICTAMI International Conference on Information Technology, Advanced Mechanical and Electrical Engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, and all participants, we have another report from another focal conference, so don't go anywhere, stay tuned. Right now in the 6th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation 2022, Optimizing Global Benefit for Future Wellbeing.
Go with the questions, you can raise your hand or you can put it on the chat.
Master Idam?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we have Pak Siddiq Jatmika, I guess.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, okay. Okay, go ahead, Pak. You can have your time.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I will be very happy because in this session we can meet many old friends, yeah. Muhammad Agus Aufia, I think. Do you still at New Delhi or already come back to Indonesia? Yeah? So
in Malang.
Okay, okay. Yeah. So for Master Taufikur Rahman, yeah. Now we live in the triple disruption. Digital technology, yeah, and then pandemic, and now neo Cold War, yeah, post Russian intervention to Ukraine. So our question is, what is the impact of digital revolution, yeah, technology, yeah, to mutual understanding, yeah, to create mutual understanding and create global peace, yeah. Is it positive or negative? Yeah? And then second is, do you think that Indonesian government already prepare everything, yeah, to organize, yeah, the impact of those revolution, digital revolution? Thank you, Mr. Taufik.
Thank you for the question, Pak Siddiq Jatmika. I would like to wait for more questions, if any, so Pak Taufik later can answer it all together. Do we have more? Okay, Pak. Okay, Pak. We have Bu Harfiah first, and then later Pak Hikmatul Akbar, based on the turn. The time is yours, Bu Harfiah.
Okay, thank you so much for the chance. I want to ask about we know an empathy, and empathy is stronger, we know, but nowadays empathy is lower in media social. How to make empathy is be stronger.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Bu Harfiah. I think we can get the points, even though I think the signal was not very good from your side. But what I can
answers and so on. So with these remarks, again, I would like to end my presentation and thank the organizing committee and my friend. And you can contact me if you want at this email. And I end my presentation. And terima kasih. Thank you very much.
Help you, even if they don't think that they're in the same position as you. Everybody working together is what is going to help us in the end and has helped us all along. And so we're all in this together. And that's really how we're going to figure out how to continue to treat each variant of this virus. And so I greatly appreciate the opportunity to be with you today. And I look forward to any questions that you have about any of my experiences or any of the things that I talked about. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Reni, for your inspiring sharing about your experience in your hospital during the pandemic situation. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, now we are entering for a discussion session. But unfortunately, because of the limited time, we only have about 15 minutes for this discussion session. Okay, so to all of the participants who have a question according to the presentation, you can ask directly to the presenter or to the speaker, or you can write down your question in your chat box on your Zoom meeting. Okay, so I think there are some questions from the participant. Okay, and Dr. Rani also have just answered the question, but maybe Dr. Rani, you can add your comment or add your answer directly according to the question from the participant. So Dr. Rani, you can answer the question. The first is from Dr. Pagunawati, I think, yeah. Okay.
Do you want me to go through the questions in the chat?
Yeah. Okay, maybe you want to add the answer or information?
Sure. So I was asked several questions. One was related to some of the virtual activities that we were able to do during the pandemic. And so one of the things that I would do with students that were further along in pharmacy school was have them pretend to be a patient and allow the student that was earlier in their pharmacy school to counsel them. So it's not the same as having an actual patient, but they're still getting that interaction. And so that was one thing that we tried doing. I also talked in my presentation about some of the things we did with video conferencing and telehealth, because that allowed students, for me, to be able to still talk to patients. In the classroom setting, I think it can be harder to engage students virtually. Some of them just want to turn their camera off and they may or may not listen. And so it was a learning experience for me, for all the faculty at UIC, to try and figure out how do we teach them besides just having a PowerPoint on Zoom. And so we started using polls and trying to, put cases into our presentations to have them have to interact with us so that it wasn't just they were listening to me give them a lecture. Let's see, hold on one second. I also got a question about how decisions are made in the emergency department where I work, how long patients are there. And so it depends on what the patient is coming to the emergency department, whether they're there for a couple of hours or a longer period of time. It also depends on if they come in and are very, very sick from the beginning, or they come in stable and then they get sicker while they're there. So sometimes we are having to make very quick decisions with very little information. And that was really what was happening at the beginning of COVID. Was we didn't know anything about the virus, or very little about the virus. And these patients were coming in super sick, and we were having to figure out, you know, how to take care of them very quickly when they were hypoxic, and we were worried that they were going to go into cardiac arrest. So I enjoy the challenge of not knowing what's coming into the emergency department every day. Some pharmacists may not like that, but it keeps things interesting for me. And in the United States, we have specialized pharmacy training for pharmacists that want to work in the emergency department. And then, let's see. I haven't personally studied any of the different training methods I used for students virtually. Some of my colleagues at the university are trying to study those things. I would ask each student for feedback about what they thought worked. Like, did they, you know, was it a good experience for them to have a pharmacy student in their last year, you know, pretend to be the patient, or was that something that didn't work for them? And so the students were giving me feedback, and each student was a little bit different. And so I would try and accommodate all of the, you know, different feedback I got from them as we were trying to create these virtual experiences for them. I think that virtual learning has a place. It's allowing me to be here with all of you today, you know, halfway across the world, which I think is the coolest thing ever. And I'm really grateful to be here. But I think for pharmacy students, they do in in-person. And so for all of us, it's going to be figuring out how much virtual learning is okay, and how much in-person learning they need. I also gave the example in Chicago. We had a snowstorm this past winter. And so having the ability to do virtual learning, because we had done it during the pandemic, made it easy to have the faculty give their lectures to the students online. And then the students weren't having to come to the university during the snowstorm. So I think there are some good things that have come from all of, you know, the virtual platforms that have been developed that we've started to work with. And then finally, let's see, I think there was one more question. The final question I got was about pharmacy students and having them publish in journals. We don't have a requirement for our pharmacy students to publish in journals, but I would say that a lot of them feel like they need to be involved in research with faculty and get publications or be a part of a publication because they're trying to excel and get a great job and do well in pharmacy. But I think it's also difficult because they're students and they're still learning. So, you know, to expect that every student is going to have that opportunity, I just don't know that we have enough faculty to do that at our university. And, you know, the students aren't necessarily at the skill level where I would expect them to be able to do that necessarily on their own. And the question came in because the students have, you know, such a short period of time a year or so to try and do this. And I think it's extremely difficult to do that as a student.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rani, for your answer. I'm interested about the professional education in your hospital during the pandemic. So maybe you have the evaluation according to the student performance, compare before the pandemic and the student that study during the pandemic. Maybe you know the positive or the negative effect. Yeah, and the education.
Yeah. I mean, I think the general content has remained the same, but we are seeing now in some of our students that, our pandemic students, as we call them, they are very used to only communicating virtually with people. And so sometimes it's very difficult for them, if they're coming into the emergency department, to go see a patient in person. And so I'm having to, encourage them and really coax them to try and talk to the patient. And that's not something that we ever saw before, because our students get exposed throughout their pharmacy school to patients. So I think that is a big thing. I think at the same time, our students, though, are extremely savvy related to all this technology. And so it's incredible sometimes how they're able to work with the technology to come up with a presentation that just blows me away, and is something that I don't know that I could put together. And so it's great to see them being able to use all the resources that they had to learn to use because of the pandemic, and they're using them in a good way to teach me, to teach other students. I think it's been great to see that.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. For the last, from Professor Alan, you want to add the answer, or you want to add your experience?
Yeah, I say a few words, and I think Dr. Gilmar said very clearly the different things that faculty can do with the students and also trainees. I think one of the things that is very helpful is that even outside of COVID, there are a lot of clinical situations that we don't necessarily have readily available answers. So which means that we as pharmacists, even faculty members, have to look for answers. And so it would be great to work with your students and trainees to look for answers together and have a discussion. And it would be a good learning experience. And also it's a good way for students to experience how we as pharmacists actually practice. We don't know, we don't have answers to everything, and we have to look for answers. So this is a very good training so that they can become a so-called lifelong learner. So I think this is a very good type of activity that we can engage students in. And then I know of other faculty, they look at journal articles together, even though they may not be sitting in the same room because of social distancing. So that can be done on a remote basis. Journal clubs discussing recently published articles and how it can apply to patient care and our practice. So there's a lot of things that we can do that are still patient or therapeutically related. The idea for these clinical experience, APPE, is to train or develop clinical skill and also practice skill. So they are not meant to replace, you cannot learn all these in books, but it's through discussion, through working with faculty and also patients and the various healthcare professionals. So these are a few thoughts. One of the other question is student engaged in research. As Dr. Gilmar mentioned earlier, that our students are not required to work on research or publish papers before graduation. But I know of a university, not in the United States, in Europe, that their bachelor students are actually the master students because that's their entry-level degree. They all are engaged in research. The challenge is that they all start the process in year one. So which means that throughout the 4 or 5 years that they are in school, they progressively learn different facets of the research. And so they have a research project they work on over the years. And so by the time they graduate, it is more likely that the project that they work on would become publishable. So again, it's a long-term investment, is quite labor-intensive, but I think if students are interested and if faculty are available, that would be a very good combination, and that would be a rewarding experience.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Alan, for your added answer. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry because of the limited time. We have to close this discussion session of our first plenary session today. But for the last, please give big applause to our two speakers today. Okay, thank you, Professor Alan and also Dr. Randy for your very nice presentation.
Aerobic is a type of exercise that involves physical activity and energetic body movement. Exercise provides a positive response to a person's physiological and psychological. Aerobic exercise is effective for improving fitness in all children who suffer from fatigue. Number 6, effect of therapeutic measures on fatigue among children with leukemia following chemotherapy. Fatigue in ALL children can be reduced through the therapeutic effect of massage. Massage technique can be done by combined with relaxation technique. Article number 7, it's about sleep hygiene. Yeah. There's increase in mean nighttime sleep and decrease in mean wake time after sleep onset in sleep intervention group. And the Swedish massage, can improve the quality of life of leukemia children. The third therapy is biologically therapies. Number 1, ginger relief chemotherapy induced nausea and vomiting in children. The researcher in the article said that the ginger aromatherapy given was able to increase serotonin so that it caused comfort and relaxation, which could reduce nausea and vomiting. Ginger supplements can be used and proven efficient as antiemetic in pediatric patients. The use of aromatherapy to reduce chemotherapy-induced nausea. We know that aromatherapy can reduce nausea and vomiting in cancer patients undergoing chemotherapy. And the last, energy therapies. Acupressure for nausea, vomiting, and fatigue management in acute lymphoblastic leukemia children. Acupressure can reduce the frequency of nausea, vomiting. Article number 2, effect of acupressure on frequency and severity of nausea and vomiting among leukemic children undergoing chemotherapy. The intervention did not provide significant change of reducing chemotherapy-induced nausea and vomiting. It was given at point ST36 and P6 for 3 minutes, and at point LE12 and S13 as false point in the placebo group. Number 3, the power of Reiki. Feasibility and efficacy of reducing pain in children with cancer undergoing hematopoietic stem cell transplantation. Reiki therapy has been shown to be effective and adjunctive therapy to control pain in addition to the use of opioids in the postoperative pediatric patient. Conclusion. Complementary therapies help reduce symptoms in all ALL patients, both symptoms caused by the disease process and due to the effect of chemotherapy. And the recommendation of the paper, the nurses need to program complementary therapies in providing care for children with ALL to improve their quality of life. That is all from me. I would like to thank you for your time and attention. I hope what I have shared will be beneficial for all of us. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for keeping up with the 6th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation, Optimizing Global Benefit for Future Well-Being. Since early this morning, our 13 local conferences are starting their presentations and also fruitful question and answer sessions. And we have seen some reports from 2 focal conferences earlier. And now to take a look at another, which is International Conference on Accounting and Finance. I believe our reporter Bella is right there, ready to inform us a little bit about the conference. Bella, are you with me?
Yes, I'm with you, Brother Emil.
Okay, Bella, take your time.
Okay, thank you. So today we will have International Conference on Accounting and Finance. International conference that has significant implication in every aspect, and business and economics are no exception, with the goals of building back better, and sustainability will be the key of success after the post-COVID-19 pandemic. And now please welcome the chairperson, Dr. Hossam Alden Riyad, MSc, CSRS, CSRA, PhD.
Thank you. Thank you for having me today.
Good day, Mr. Hossam.
Good day for you too.
Okay, how have you been?
Alhamdulillah, I'm doing well. How about you, dear?
I'm very good too.
Okay, alhamdulillah.
Okay, so Mr. Hossam, so you are the chairperson of ICoSI.
Yes, correct.
Yes. I'm a bit curious about ICoSI. Could you please explain to me and the audience about it?
Yes, please. Thanks for giving me this opportunity today to explain to the audience and other people who can join to us later on. This is International of Accounting and Finance Conference. It's holding every year, annually, since 8 years ago up to now. So this is number 8.
Number 8.
And will be continuously for the next 2.
So what is the theme of ICoSI this year?
Okay, actually the theme of our conference is environmental and social governance for sustainability from accounting perspective.
From accounting perspective, okay. What its aim or goals?
Our aim and goals to put some solution after the pandemic. As you know, in 2019, up to now, many corporation and business still suffering from this issue. So we are here today for discuss and present some suggestion and advice to the society and to the business too.
To the business too, okay. So to the company too, right?
Right.
Right. So how many papers and abstract that submitted to ICoSI?
Okay, well, we have more than 55 papers, from many different countries. We have from Indonesia, we have from Malaysia, we have from India, we have from Iraq as well, and from Turkish too.
Turkish too.
Yep.
Okay. So the participant that submitted the paper or the abstract, all of them are lecturers?
Actually, they are lecturers. There is several practitioners, and also we have postgraduate students and even undergraduate students. They involved in this conference.
Oh, that's great. Okay, so actually, what is the interesting part of this focal event?
Well, as I mentioned before, we are here today for the presenting some suggestion and solution for the business company and to society also. Then we invited 4 guest lecturers, one from French, Prof. Helmi Humami, and one from Qatar University, Dr. Osama Abdurrahman, and also we have 2 local speakers. One of them, Prof. Iko Ganis from University of Brawijaya, and he is the head of Institute of Sustainability Practitioner in Indonesia, as well as Dr. Rudy from University of Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta.
Okay, that's very detailed and complete. Okay, and then how about the situation inside the venue right now?
Actually, still they are running. Today we are going to close, but before that, we still running some agenda. There are many lecturers and researchers, and now online they're presenting their own presentation and they have their own discussion too.
Okay, I think we have a great conversation, Dr. Hosam.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and thank you for the cooperation today.
Thank you, thank you for you, and thanks for the people behind the camera. And thanks to all the lecturers, all the participants who has joined to us in this conference.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Okay. That's all from me, Brother Emil. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Bella. Thank you, Dr. Hassan, for sharing a little bit about the International Conference on Accounting and Finance. And ladies and gentlemen, later on, there will be some reports of our conferences. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
High imported duty on rice imports. 2. Expensive transportation costs. 3. High rice business costs. 4. The government want to protect domestic rice farmer. Example, Japanese. Barrier to the competitiveness of Indonesian rice price in the international market. The comparative advantage of rice exporting countries against Indonesia are mainly lower production costs and higher production efficiency and advanced wider scale farming. Several factors cause the low competitiveness of Indonesia rice in the international market, namely 1. The cost of production is higher, 2. Small scale of farming, and 3. Farmers are burdened by other additional costs. Conclusion. More than 40 countries produce rice, the most developing countries in Asia. The availability of rice of the world market is only about 32 million tons per year. The price of rice, the world market for medium rice is around 310 to 340 per ton FUB. If you add the cost of commercial and market profit of 40%, the retail price of imported rice is around 6,000 rupiah to 7,000 per kg. Chapter the price of domestic rice. On the basis Indonesia rice, whose retail price is 10,000 per kg, is considered less competitive in the international rice market. Retail rice price in different countries, the capital in Vietnam 35 cent dollar, Thailand 32 cent dollar, and the most expensive in Japan 5.59 per kg, and Saudi Arabia $2.13. The average price of rice is other countries range from $1 per kg. Indonesia 0.5 per kg. The price of rice Africa countries is around 1 per kg. On the basis of bilateral trade, Indonesian rice has competitiveness against rice price in Saudi Arabia, Japan, and countries in Africa. Thank you.
Available for glutinous corn and sweet corn as local food in Sigi Regency. Our team are Saida, Henny, Risna, Yogi, Nirma, and we are from Assessment Institute for Agricultural Technology for Central Sulawesi. As the introduction, the program of food security prioritizes the utilization of local food in the local area. Local food is a food which grown in physical closeness to the
we made a list of issues concerning the pharmaceutical supply chain, and we decided to send it to the Department of Health so that they can take a look and do something about these problems. And also, we conducted a survey to determine what concerns PPHA local chapters in terms of medicines. Now, number 5, prevailing public misinformation and irrational use of medicines. I will highlight it later in the discussion, so I could also show you some examples. Now, another thing that we battled with during the pandemic is the non-recognition of pharmacists as frontliners. The doctors are recognized, the nurses are recognized, the medtechs are recognized, but not the pharmacists. But we have not closed our pharmacies, our shops, in order to accommodate requests for medicines, isn't it? And that's why we wanted to boost the morale of our practitioners. So we sent inspirational messages through our PPHA website and our other social media platform. We also had this prayer for frontliners so that they know that we are praying for them. And we have a fight song. We need to be able to do some dancing in order to convince our frontliners that what they're doing is heroic and that they're helping the nation. And we also sent official letters to specific local government units, to towns or provinces with existing problem of transport privileges, meaning to say, since pharmacies are not recognized as frontliners, they are not allowed to for free transport. And that's why we have to send official letters to mayors, congressmen, and to the governors so that they can issue the inclusion of pharmacists as frontliners. And the lack of COVID-19, number 7 would be the lack of COVID-19 immunizers under the DOH program. And this happened lately in 2021. Remember that at first, the first year, we don't have any vaccine for COVID. And that's why much of the work done by the pharmacies are on addressing misinformation and making sure that medicine supply is available nationwide. And because the government saw that from the Pharmacy Act of 2016, that pharmacies are given the right to vaccinate or to immunize, they see it as a way to convince the Philippine Pharmacists Association to participate as vaccinators in injecting COVID vaccines. But way back 2016, we have already developed a training module on pharmacy-based immunization for pharmacies. We are hoping at the time that pharmacies will be able to immunize right at the pharmacy. But then we found out that with the coming of COVID, we need to tweak the modules in a way that we could incorporate the module on COVID-19 vaccination. And so because of the coordination between the Philippine Pharmacists Association, the Department of Health, and the Professional Regulation Commission Board of Pharmacy, they were able to come up with what we call Immunizing Pharmacist Certification Program, which is ongoing at the moment. There is continuous training and assessment of skills, and mind you, one challenge is that you cannot do this face-to-face. So we are doing this online using different cameras when a pharmacist has to be evaluated. No, it's a bit hard to be able to implement this, but because of love for the profession, they were able to train 700 participants and 700 immunizing pharmacists. They were given the certificate, and 400 are now being trained. Okay, so this is just to show you the cover for the pharmacist program for COVID-19 frontliners, and the other one is We Are All in This Fight Together is a song which we have to do some animation in order to send to FB, Twitter, etc. Okay, so we showed support for pharmacists and other frontliners, or else we will be burdened with mental health problems. So we have to make sure that we provided the support, the moral support for our colleagues. Okay, for the FAPA initiatives, FAPA was closely monitoring the outbreaks in various Asian countries, and from there, it was able to release its first infographic for pharmacists. And this is like for us to be more acquainted with COVID-19. And so this is an example of the information, the key points for pharmacists, which was released in February 2020. So this is, since January pa. And so it's earlier than when we had the national lockdown for the different cities. So this is one. And then the other is PAPA was able to publish what we call the guidance document for pharmacies, for community pharmacies. And this is on March 16, 5 days after the COVID pandemic was declared in our country. Now, this document was circulated and adopted by member associations in their local guidelines. I think for those who have their own local guidelines, maybe they have not used this, but for those who need some guidelines, then this is the one where it focuses on preventing outbreaks in areas, dealing with patient needs, infection prevention and control, and managing pharmaceutical supply. And we also came up with infection control and prevention strategies for health system pharmacies and pharmacy departments. Now, this is in coordination, or rather the initiative was from the hospital pharmacy section of the FAPA. And so this is headed by our hospital pharmacy section head, Dr. Yuli Chang of Taiwan. And they provided this document which we shared with the FAPA member countries. And again, how about home care for those who are sick and are at home? So this again is another publication that was published in order to help pharmacists, help patients manage COVID at home. So this is also coming from the hospital pharmacy section and also by the community pharmacy section. So we have here Mr. Kemihi Denicio. So you have two countries who help together in order to come up with these guidelines. Now, even before the pandemic, we have already supported pharmacy-based immunization initiatives. And this is because we wanted the pharmacies to have greater awareness of the roles of the pharmacies in promoting immunization. And so during the COVID-19 pandemic, member associations like Philippines and Jordan reported their progress in their local pharmacy immunization efforts. Now, we cannot do away with educating our pharmacists. And so our community, our education section, the FAPA education section, held a forum on May 2020, and this is to support educators and administrators on how to minimize the impact of the pandemic using various strategies and technologies. So this is one way of gathering experiences from the different from the countries that would like to share their experiences. And then we also have another webinar, and this is on pharmaceutical supply chain security initiatives, but it started with a regional drug shortage survey. I think Indonesia also received this, and the survey was done by the University of the Philippines in coordination with FAPA and the International Society of Pharmaceutical Engineering and the Philippine Pharmacists Association. And that's why this is also having them talk about how to ensure the availability of medicines during the pandemic. And there are also knowledge exchange between Asian countries. So it's more of like really getting information coming from the FAPA member association. And I think Indonesia is an active member of FAPA.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're still joining the 6th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation 2022, Optimizing Global Benefit for Future Wellbeing. Ladies and gentlemen, right now we have our reporter. Right now we have Sister Bella from the 3rd International Conference on Agribusiness and Rural Development to share us her report. Sister Bella.
Okay, hello, Sister Santi.
Your report, please.
Okay. International Conference on Agribusiness and Rural Development, or ICoNARD, organized by the Department of Agribusiness of UMY, discussed about agribusiness and rural development for human welfare. And please welcome the chairperson of ICoNARD, Dr. Triyono SP, MP. Good day, Mr. Triyono.
Good day, Miss.
Okay. Oh, Assalamualaikum first.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, how are you, Mr. Triyono?
Okay, I'm fine. Thank you for your invitation.
Yes, very good. And okay, talking about agribusiness or agricultural economics, it must be related to ICoNARD. Okay, then could you please explain to the audience about ICoNARD 2022?
Yes, this year ICoNARD will discuss about agribusiness and rural development for human welfare. And we know that during pandemic COVID until post-pandemic COVID, there are many community actually in the agricultural and rural community get difficulties in their life. So in this moment, we will discuss sharing and about experience and ideas from the expertise, from the practitioners to getting a strategy for community development.
Community development. Okay. So what exactly like the aim or the goals? It is same with, that you explained before, or there's a specific goals for ICoNARD this year?
Yeah. From this event, we will getting like formula to
okay.
To get
a strategy maybe?
Strategy for community development actually in the agriculture community and rural community. And there are some experience study from the academic and practitioner to sharing and to submit it to be the publisher like A3S and Jurnal Agraris.
Jurnal Agraris. Okay, so you said about publication and etc. And how about the total of papers and abstract that submitted to ICoNARD?
Yeah, we have received more than 140 abstract, and
140.
yeah, we have accepted about 130 paper will be submitted to the publisher.
Okay, so are all of the papers come from Indonesia, or there's a participant come from abroad?
Yes, of course, from Indonesia and other countries like Singapore, Australia, Hong Kong, Malaysia, Kazakhstan, Ukraine, Russia, Uzbekistan, of course, South Korea.
South Korea, okay. So I think it is the last question, yes. Okay. As I know, one of the keynote speakers is from South Korea, is
yes.
it? So could you please explain why I cannot choose the speakers from Korea, not from the other country like Japan or United States? Maybe
yes.
there's a specific reason.
Okay, I think the Korea is one of the country have rapid innovation and technology actually in agriculture, okay. And we have invited one of the experts from the South Korea, actually from Gangwon National University, Prof. Lee Jizang.
Prof. Lee Jizang, okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Triano, for the great conversation. I think that's a quite detailed and complete information
You're
from ICoNARD. You're well welcome.
Thank
you.
Okay,
Santi, that's all my report. Oh, sorry, okay, Santi, that's all my report from ICoNARD. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Sister Bella, for the report, and also Mr. Triano for the interview from the conference of the 3rd International Conference on Agribusiness and Rural Development. Happy enjoying the conference of ICoNARD, and I think Sister Bella will be back again to share any other report from ICoNARD. And while she is now preparing the report from ICoNARD, I would like to give you a little information, maybe a brief one. Sister Bella has explained about a conference from ICoNARD that there are more than 100 papers and abstract that's submitted to ICoNARD. And actually, ladies and gentlemen, we have quite many papers this year for ICoSI committee. ICoSI committee receiving more than 1,300 abstracts, more than 1,000 papers, and almost 100 video presentations from 30 countries. And we have also 21 co-hosts from universities partners from all around the world. And right now, Sister Bella is ready to share us the report from another Focus conference. She will give us the report from ICoNARD, the 4th International Conference on Nursing Studies. Is it correct, Sister Bella?
Yes, that's totally correct, Sister Santi.
Your report, please.
Okay. International Conference on Nursing, or ICoNARD, is an international event organized by the Department of Nursing Study Program. The slide, please. Thank you. The slide, please. Okay. Okay, thank you. Now we are going to welcome the chairperson of International Conference of Nursing on Nursing, Disnasti Pudang Binoriang MKEP and SSP KEPCOM.
Hi,
Hello,
Miss
Mr.
Bella.
Good morning,
Okay,
Mr. Pudang.
morning.
Okay. How have you been today?
Fine, thank
Fine,
you.
okay. You look so cheerful
Oh,
today.
thank
Do you not feel tired today?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
How about
Okay.
you, Miss Bella? How about you about this
I am,
ICoSI
okay.
this day?
I'm very interested and I'm very powerful today. Okay, to do an interview with all focal event in ICoSI.
Okay.
Okay, so could we jump to the question?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, As we know, the Indonesia has been experiencing a COVID-19 pandemic phase, which resulted in death, chronic illness, but there are many of them that managed to survive. Yes. So nursing is one part of the front line to deal with this pandemic. So what are the response of ICoNurse? Are these things will be included in the discussion forum or not?
Okay, ICoNurse in this year is theme for the post-pandemic, because in nursing, nurse is one head in the front line
Yes.
in hospital, and then in the community, and the
Yes.
health center is the very important to be applying for the patient in COVID-19. And then it's crucial the nurse understand and adopt way to improve their resilience.
Ah, I see. Okay, so what exactly the theme of ICoNurse this year?
The theme of the ICoNurse is there. In ICoNurse is health promotion and innovation. Health promotion and innovation, building better resilience in the nursing professional post-pandemic.
Post-pandemic, okay. So the discussion today will be what will the nursing do, or the strategy and the innovation of for the post-pandemic, is it?
Because the nurse pandemic,
Yes.
very important, because this forum in corners, we will discuss by strategic in the issue about the role of the nurse of better resilience in the nursing professional post-pandemic, with various experts in the field education,
Okay.
and then research, and then the nursing practice.
Nursing practice too.
Okay.
Okay. So how many countries that participate into this forum event?
In this forum this year, about the participant 188 from
188,
Indonesia,
yes,
and then Malaysia, Thailand, and Japan.
and Japan.
Yes.
Okay. So there is no country from Western. So all of them from Asian, is it?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Maybe not.
Not this year.
Not this year.
Okay. So actually, what is the aim of ICoNurse? I mean, the output, the positive impact for human beings after help this forum event.
Inshallah, in this paper we submit to ICoNurse, we can apply to the journal, then Scopus, and then the proceeding index. Inshallah.
Okay, okay. I think that's all from ICoNurse, or International Conference on Nursing. Thank you very much, Mr. Pudang, for your
thank
cooperation
you.
today.
Thank you, Miss
You're
Bella.
very welcome.
See you next.
See you too.
Okay.
Okay, Sister Santi, that's all from me. Back to you.
Thank you, Sister Bella, and thank you too for the interviewer for the 4th International Conference on Nursing Studies. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have another report from Sister Bella, but for now, please joining another Focus Conference on the 6th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation 2002, Optimizing Global Benefit for Future Wellbeing. We'll be right back.
And increase student confidence so that they can prepare health students to become professional health workers. Challenges of applying peer learning method. The application of peer learning method in both academic and clinical settings has its own challenges. Cognitive ability and social congruence well identified as key factors that play an important role in the context of peer learning, but are part of the characteristic of students who become tutors, where they must be of the same age and must have more expertise related to the topic to be delivered. The next challenge that arises is if students who become tutors have learning styles that are very different from other students with different level of knowledge, so that they perceive students as competitors. In addition, with all the support of training and preparation for tutors related to content learning process, it will be difficult to carry out the peer learning process and achieve learning objective. In clinical settings, the application of peer learning has not been consistently implemented in many hospitals, and there is also no support and structured guidance to ensure that peer learning implementation is formalized in clinical guidance process. Conclusion: effective and innovative learning methods are the key to improving student learning outcomes. Peer learning methods can be applied to academic setting as well as clinical setting. Peer-assessed learning can provide benefits such as increasing empathy, increasing knowledge and understanding more related to learning materials, increasing self-confidence and improving skills, and can improve communication skills. Some challenges are found in the application of peer learning methods. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for Ms. Diah Sriwigati from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta about the interesting topic that's related to peer learning. Yeah, this is a literature review. Okay, we can continue to the next presenter. The second presenter is Nur Sriyanti. Nur Sriyanti with the ABS 7623 with the title is Method of Application of Effective Communication in Nursing Service Settings, a literature review. She is come from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Time is yours.
Down on the sustainability report, and this is, we can also see it from the Quran Surat Ar-Rum, ayat 41 to 42, where the reporting sustainability is a concern with the environment, with the community, and Allah commends to his ummah that we have to maintain and manage resources to able to survive, yeah, and every human is obliged to protect the environment and not cause damage to the earth. And then there is, from previous research that has looked a lot on the effect on corporate governance to the sustainability report, and there is a huge amount of research on that, but I think it's become still important to look at various variables that related to corporate governance, because as we all know that the corporate governance can be measured using many different kind of variables. So on this research, we focus on the institutional ownership, public ownership, audit committee, board of directors, and board of commissioners, how it's affect the sustainability reporting. And you can see here there are 5 hypotheses that we have generate, where all of these hypotheses are driven to influence the sustainability reporting. And this is also based on previous findings or the theory that has been established related to the sustainability reporting, such as Khan et al. And Situmorang Hardy Prajitno 2016. And they look at how public ownership has a significant effect on the extent of disclosures of sustainability reporting, where they focus also on the environment issues and the social issues in the community. And Nurrahman 2013 also look at the institutional ownership, where whether it is affecting the sustainability reporting. And then for the third hypothesis, we look closely for the commissioners, the board of commissioners, where it is very important for them to monitor or to give control or to the management in operating the company, and to make sure that the management also concerned on these sustainability reporting issues. And for the fourth hypothesis, we look at the board of directors. And the last hypothesis, we also look at the contribution of the audit committee, whether it also has an influence on the level of disclosures on the sustainability reporting. And we look at companies from 2018 to 2020, and we actually look at all the companies that has generate the sustainability reporting during 2018 and 2020. And these are the measurement of each of the individual variables. You can see that the sustainability reporting, we use the GRI index, and we all know that is also being reviewed again. And the corporate governance is related to the institutional ownership, public ownership, audit committee, board of directors, and board of commissioner. And then this is the results as we've gone through it. The results shows that only the public ownership, the board of directors, and the board of commissioners has affecting or has an influence on the sustainability reporting. And you can see here where each of the findings then will contribute to the conclusion of this research, where you can see that the institutional ownership has no significant effect. The public ownership has significant positive effect. The audit committee has no effect. The board of director has a significant positive effect, and the board of commissioner has significant also positive effect. So thank you. I hope that we can discuss after this related to this sustainability reporting and corporate governance.
And nurses' compassion satisfaction. Research question: is there any relationship between self-care and compassion satisfaction among nurses in Indonesia? Hypothesis: there is a positive relationship between self-care and compassion satisfaction. Research objective to describe the relationship between self-care and nurses' compassion satisfaction among nurses in Indonesia. Now, methodology. Correlation quantitative study, population 139,177 nurses in Java Island, Indonesia, using an online questionnaire, instrument, the Indonesian Mindful Self-Care Scale, the Indonesian version of Professional Quality of Life Scale. And then ethical approval was obtained from the Institutional Review Board of the Faculty of Nursing UPH. Sample selection, registered nurse, graduated from associate degree, undergraduate, and graduate, and then work in a hospital in Java Island, Indonesia, and obtaining 399 respondents. Data analysis, descriptive statistic for demographic characteristic using the Spearman rank correlation analysis. And now we are going to look demographic characteristic. In this table shows that from 399 respondents found that the age category of respondents is mostly in the age of 26 until 30 years with a percentage of 39.1%. Next, for the gender category, the most are women with a total 311 respondents with a percentage of 77.9%. The next for marital status is single with the number of respondents 101 with a percentage of 50.4%. The next for the educational background of the most is undergraduate with a total 318 respondents with a percentage 79.6%. The next one is the most workplaces in private hospitals with a total 221 respondents with a percentage of 55.4%. For many work units in general ward with a total 157 respondents with a percentage 39.3%. Next, for the work experience of the most under 5 years with a total 211 respondents with a percentage 52.9%. And then last, for province in Indonesia, at least one in West Java with a total 156 respondents with percentage of 39.1%. And now for the results, in this table, we see that from the total respondents, there are 271 respondents were found at moderate level with a percentage 67.1 with mindful awareness subvariable with a highest mean score. Likewise, compassion satisfaction is a moderate with a total of 228 respondents with a percentage of 57.1%. And now this table shows that there is a relationship between self-care practice and compassion satisfaction for nurses on the island of Java, Indonesia. Now discussion. Self-care practice is an individual daily activities to meet basic psychological and emotional needs, including the formation of daily routines, relationship with family and environment. A total of 271 nurses at moderate level of self-care practice. This means that most nurses practice self-care approximately 3 till 4 days per week. Nurses often practice mindful awareness with a frequency of 4 till 5 days per week. 228 nurses at moderate compassion satisfaction means that individuals may feel positive about their relationship with colleagues or their ability to contribute to the work environment. This result is related to a study conducted on nurses in Australia. Nurses who had moderate mood level, compassion satisfaction rarely experienced in carrying out their work. However, the practice of self-care in physical care domain has become a self-care practice is rarely carried out by nurses with a frequency 2 till 3 days per week. Physical care itself, including basic nutrition, hydration, and exercise activities such as exercising 30 to 60 minutes a day, doing mind and body exercises, yoga, drinking enough water, eating healthy and nutritious food, and choosing snack. These results are related to research conducted by Feng 2019, which showed that as many 69.1% of nurses did not do mind and body exercise. Nurses rarely practice physical care because these activities require more time and discipline, while nurses spend more time caring to patients in hospital. In fact, during the current COVID-19 pandemic, physical care practice such as adequate rest time, vitamin, nutrition, food, conducting PCR swab test before and after duty, and exercise or doing the physical activity are things that need to improve for the welfare of nurses. Conclusion, nurses in Java Island mostly had moderate level of self-care, or 67.9%. Nurses in Java Island mostly had moderate levels of compassion satisfaction. There are positive relationships between self-care practices and compassion satisfaction. For recommendation, nurses are expecting to be able to assess their workload and can find how to lighten or reduce the workload. Now,
Thank you for still following the 6th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation 2022 under the theme Optimizing Global Benefit for Future Wellbeing. As we have mentioned before, our 13 local conferences are still in the running. So now I am happy that we have connected to my fellow Bella. Hi, Bella. Bella, can you hear me? All right.
I can hear you.
All right. Bella, your report, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so today we will have International Conference on Management Sciences, or ICoMS. ICoMS is an international conference that aims to increase productive discourse not only in managing business operation, but also in managing creative and business development. And now we will invite the representative from ICoMS, Taufik Akbar, SA, MBA. Okay. Hello, Mr. Taufik.
Hello.
How are you today?
I'm great. How about you?
Okay, I'm good too. Okay. Okay, Mr. Taufik, could we jump to the question?
Sure.
To the first question?
Sure.
Okay. Talking about ICoMS, how many scopes are there in this focal?
Okay, basically we have the ICOM have the five scope here.
Yes.
We have the operation management, we have the human resource management, we have the finance, marketing, and entrepreneurship.
Entrepreneurship.
Sure.
Okay. So, as I know, nowadays management become a subject that often discussed, right?
Sure.
Not only in the economic sector, but also in the creative sector. So could you please tell to me and to the audience about ICoMS, its focus and aims of this focal event?
Sure. Yeah, you are right that management is, we have said this general knowledge that can be applied to not only in the business sector, but also the creative sector. So that's why you see this conference, the International Conference on Management Science, can facilitate all the scholar of the academician as well to participate by delivering the paper, discuss. And so that's why we can solve the problem for, so that's why ICoMS is held.
That's why ICoMS
That's
is
right.
held. Okay. So the aim of ICoMS, what is it? The aims?
The aim of ICoMS, like I said, basically on general, we have the aim to
Maybe specific things?
Oh, the specific things is in this year,
Yes,
we have the aim to the part for generative well-being, especially to increase the agility of the business after the pandemic by using the digital entrepreneurship.
Oh, using digital entrepreneurship. Okay, so you said before the entrepreneurship or digital entrepreneurship become one of the scope in ICoMS, right? So then what things that will be discussed in it?
Yeah, like I said, digital entrepreneurship as well, like the management. We have so many things to discuss and entrepreneurship. But in this year, we will focus on digital entrepreneurship, like I said, because we will focus on how to increase the resilience of the business, especially after the pandemic.
Oh, for every sector of business, is it?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Okay. So how many papers and abstracts that finally submitted to ICoMS?
Okay. Basically, we have already collected 75 papers.
75 papers.
Sure,
okay.
but in the end of the deadline, we have around 60 papers. Sure.
So are all of the papers come from Indonesian?
No,
or
no,
not.
no.
Okay.
We have participants from Western as well, from Europe. We have the France,
wow.
From the Thailand and Malaysia
okay.
as well,
Malaysia, okay.
and of course Indonesia.
of course, our main country,
Sure.
right? Okay. So are the participants from France
Sure.
using English or French?
We use the English, I think.
English,
yeah.
okay. The Taiwan also and the Thailand,
Sure.
okay. Because that will be difficult if they use their language, right?
That's right.
Okay. Okay, so the last but not least, maybe, how's the situation at ICoMS right now?
Okay, in ICoMS right now is maybe still running like another focal because I think right now is on the keynote speaker session, so that's why. Yeah, I hope we can run well until the end of the session.
I mean, so they still focus
Sure.
on arranging the ICoMS
Sure.
focal event. Okay, thank you, Mr. Taufik,
Thank you
for
very
this
much.
good conversation.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. That's all for me. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Bella, for your report. As we can hear that Bella is already report us about ICoMS, International Conference on Management and Sciences. As you know that in this conference, there are 13 focal conference, and there one special conference that just held for the very first time, which is ICOL, the first international conference on Arabic language, literature and educations. And I believe on this conference, there are 1,300 abstract or even more to be submitted. And there are also 1,000 papers and almost 1,000 video presentations. But now let's take a look at ICOL, First International Conference on Arabic Language, Literature and Educations. Now, take your time, Bella.
Come, Brother Amir. International Conference on Arabic Language or Literature and Education, or ICOL, organized by the Arabic Language Education Study Program of UMY. Themes discussed in the seminar is Linguistic Studies, Literature and Arabic Language. And now please welcome the chairperson of ICOL, Mr. Rojil Fadilah LC MPD. أهلا وسهلا.
أهلا بك.
أيوة شكرا. كيف حالكم يا مستر راجل؟
أنا في صحة وعافية جيدة.
أيوة
الحمد
طيب.
لله.
أيوة مستر راجل. أيوة أتكلم باللغة الإنجليزية وباللغة العربية. أيوة طيب.
تمام.
Okay. أيوة مستر راجل. Actually, I'm quite interested about ICOL because it is Arabic, yeah, and I'm quite interested of Arabic too. If I'm not mistaken, it is an international scientific seminar that succeeded in presenting 2 expert speakers in the field of linguistic and Arabic learning. Is it right?
صحيح.
صحيح. طيب.
Right.
So, could you tell me? Okay, could you tell more about Nadwatul Mutakarrim Daulah to the audience, please?
أقول أولا أقدم في هذه الجلسة شكرا جزيلا وأريد أن I will try to speak Arabic جزيلا شكر جزيلا لهذه الندوة العلمية التي نظمها الجامعة المحمدية يوغياكارتا. فأريد أن أقص قليلا هنا عن متكلم أساسي في هذه الندوة العربية. سوف نحضر أولا من الدولة الأمريكية المتحدة الأمريكية بروفيسور داستن كاول، وهو متحدث أصلي وعنده علوم كثيرة في العربية، ودور حضارته إلى جميع دول العربية وخاصة في إندونيسيا، زارت مرارا، ونحن عندنا علاقة جيدة مع بروفيسور داستن كاول.
أيوة طيب. إن كان هم جاء من ماذا؟ من أمريكا. لكن ستطلب ماذا؟ تكلم باللغة العربية.
بالعربية. والآخر من أسبانيا من سبين، وهو كذلك متحدث أصلي وعنده علوم كثيرة في العربية في الدولة أسبانيا في سبين.
أيوة طيب ممتاز شكرا. أيوة أوكي. ثم السؤال الآخر كم نفرا المشتركة في ندوة المتكرمة دولة في هذا السنة؟
شكرا جزيلا. أما للمشتركون الذين أرسلوا بحوثهم في هذه الندوة حول 30 نفر، ولكن المشتركون المستمعون بلغ إلى هذا الوقت إلى 100 نفر. نعم الحمد لله. هم
طيب.
يعني اهتموا بهذه اللغة العربية.
أيوة طيب شكرا. هل هم جاء من إندونيسيا من بلاد الآخر؟
نعم هناك من جاءوا من ماليزيا، وكذلك جاءوا من ساوث أفريقيا، وجاءوا كذلك من مالي والسنغال.
لكن كل باللغة العربية.
بالعربية كله بالعربية.
طيب. Okay. So the total paper and submitted paper and abstract, so it's 100, is it?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So how's the situation in the ICoSI right now? The situation, yeah.
الآن في غرفتي عندنا هناك تنقسم إلى غرفتين. الغرفة الأولى في الحلقة الأولى، أما الغرفة الثانية حلقة الثانية، وحلقة الثانية عندنا 3 غرف، ولكل غرفة موضوعه أو موضوعها الخاصة، ويشتركون فيه كثير من الطلاب وكذلك من المهتمين باللغة العربية، وكذلك من سادات الأساتذة والأستاذات. الحمد لله إلى الآن يعني بلغ المستمع في غرفة زوم 100 وزيادة.
يمكن هذا سؤال الأخير.
نعم.
ماذا أي المنفعة ستناول الناس الطالبة بعد هذا البرنامج؟
طيب التي المنفعة أو نقاط الزوائد في هذه الندوة خاصة لمهتمين اللغة العربية خاصة في إندونيسيا وعموما في دنيا، فعندنا لقد جاءت جائحة كوفيد-19، وهذا تسبب إلى تعليم اللغة العربية عن بعد. فلذلك في هذه الندوة نريد أن نجمع جميع التكنولوجيات والوسائل وكذلك الوسائط الإعلامية التكنولوجية لتساعد الطلاب ولتساعد المعلمين على التعليم في اللغة العربية.
أيوة طيب. Okay, Mr. Rojil, I think that's quite a lot of information about ICoSI. Thank you for your cooperation today.
جزاكم الله وإياكم. جزاكم الله.
Okay, brother Emin, that's all from me. Back to you.
All right, shukran Bella. Thank you for the very interesting reports, and it really embodies and really showcasing what ICoSI it stands for. Even if the ICoSI is the very first time that held in this conference, International Conference on Arabic Language, Literature on Educations, is also doing really, really well and also showcasing the Arabic language itself. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to keep you updated on our focal conferences, so stay tuned, we'll be right back.
is notice of being used another word, ajiganai. Conclusion. The adjective samui means a coldness related to or felt by the body and express a low temperature, coldness with an uncomfortable feeling or unbearable coldness. Sumetai means coldness which express the temperature of object, water, body, air, and state something related to the person's attitude or personality. The adjective of adem means coldness for air or food, drink. Anyep means coldness that can be felt by an object, ice, banana tree, water, or body, and express a blend in a food. This means a coldness for air and coldness caused by rain. The equation of the meaning of cold in Japanese and Japanese both express low temperatures. Some we have similar meanings with adem and adis, while sumetai has similar meaning with adem and anyum. The difference between cold meaning in Japanese and Japanese. In Japanese, there is a meaning that express attitude or personality, while in Japanese, there is no such meaning. In Japanese, a cold meaning express tastelessness, while in Japanese, it doesn't have this meaning. This is the bibliography. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Fitri Rahmawati from the English Language Education Department of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. In this video, I would like to present a research project conducted by my student and I entitled Synchronous Breakout Room Implementation for Collaborative Learning During the COVID-19 Outbreak. My presentation will cover the discussion on the introduction, the literature review, the methodology, findings and discussion, and the last one is conclusion and implication. Let's start with the introduction. As we know, the COVID-19 pandemic has made the learning system in schools turn into an online learning system. Because of the pandemic, the students are not permitted to go to school. The alternative is to switch from the face-to-face learning into the online learning. Therefore, teachers are urged to use various online platforms to teach their students both in synchronous and in the asynchronous modes. Breakout room can be used as one of the media to facilitate learning activities. Research about breakout rooms in online learning topics, especially in the context of English as a foreign language, especially in Indonesia, is still limited. Therefore, the researchers are interested to investigate the use of breakout rooms for the synchronous online learning during the COVID-19 pandemic. The study aims to investigate the following research questions. First, what activities do EFL students perform while having synchronous online learning breakout room session? Second, how do the EFL students perceive the significant use of breakout room for the synchronous online learning? Next, the researchers adapted some literatures and previous studies to support the discussion and the findings of this study. Speaking about the breakout room session, online learning should be discussed. According to Shimamura 2020, online learning provides teachers-led instruction, which can be done synchronously and asynchronously. In addition, it can be conducted and accessed outside the classroom. Moreover, breakout room is strongly related to the synchronous learning, which is a form of learning that is carried out by direct interaction between the teachers and the students by using online forms such as video conferencing and also online chat, according to Alia et al. 2020 and Wang et al. 2017. Finally, regarding the breakout room is a virtual space which is separate from the main online tutorial room, according to Chandler 2014. In addition, according to Rahayu, in the breakout room, lecturers and students can carry out personal activities such as question and answer between students and the teacher, question and answer between the students and the group discussion in the form of oral and written manners. Then move on to the methodology. This was a case study. The study was conducted at one of the Islamic private university in Indonesia. 6 EFL students majoring in the English Language Education Department batch 2020 involved in this study. The data were collected through two different methods, including interview and personal reflections. The data were analyzed using transcription, memory checking, and also coding. Regarding the interview, it was open-ended and using Bahasa Indonesia to invite the participants to share freely about their experience and also their perception about the use of breakout room session. And it was an in-depth interview in order to explore more detailed information from the participants. Second one is the reflection. The reflection is also open-ended. The researchers provide the questions to the participants. In addition, the reflection is in a written form regarding the activity and also the significant use of breakout room sessions. Next is the findings and discussion of the research. The first finding is in regards to the activities carried out during the breakout room session. Before discussing the results of the study, the following are some literatures about the activities that can be carried out by the teachers and the students during the breakout room session. The first activity is from Chandler 2016, Kaskin and Salik 2001, and Rahayu 2021. They consider that speaking practice and discussion forum can be conducted during the synchronous breakout room session. Another activity is group assignment or project by Lee 2021, Romeo et al. 2020, and Sosa and Miller 2020. Another one is the course explanation or the presentation of the materials according to Agustina and Suharya 2001 and Rahayu 2020. Based on the results of the interview and the students' personal reflections, the study revealed some activities during the breakout room learning session. There are 6 activities. The first activity experienced by the students was presentation, in which the students should present a certain topic assigned by the teacher. Another activity is group discussion. Here, the students have a discussion with the group members to either solve a problem or case or to finish a task. The next activity was feedback and reflection. Here, students are assigned to give feedback and reflection to the group members. The next activity is speaking practice. All the 6 participants admitted that during the breakout room session, they are practicing their English speaking skills by having a communication with the other group members in English about a certain topic. And finally, role-playing is stated as one of the activities during the breakout room learning session. The students in the breakout room session is assigned to perform a role or a simulation about a specific situation, and this role-playing was conducted in groups. Next is the findings and discussion regarding the significant use of breakout room. The following are previous studies which discuss the significant use of breakout room, including a study from Agustina and Suharya 2021 and Sandler 2016 and Lee 2021. Their studies revealed that breakout room can facilitate collaborative learning and interaction among students and teachers. Another one is that the breakout room can provide peer-to-peer support, according to Sandler 2016, Lee 2021, and Uniarti et al. 2021. The next significant use of breakout room, claimed by Sandler 2016, Kaskin and Salik 2021, Lee 2021, and Suharya 2021, was that it enhanced students' speaking and creative skills. And from this study, the researchers find out 6 significant use of breakout room learning session as perceived by the EFL students. The first significance of the breakout room is that the breakout room facilitates live interactions in the way that EFL students could interact directly with the teachers and their friends virtually. Another significance of breakout room was that it enhanced students' autonomous learning. As we know, our breakout room online session was more student-centered. Another one is flexibility in learning. The participants admitted that they can continue to still carry out the learning activities even during the COVID-19 pandemic because it's flexible, because they can conduct it from their respected home. Another one is the broad access, which means that by having the breakout room learning sessions, students get the opportunities through different ways of learning, both in a written or in an oral form. The next is an immediate feedback. Because breakout room is conducted synchronously, real-time interaction, direct feedback both from the teacher and the students are possibly provided. The last finding regarding the significant use of breakout room learning session was in regard to the engagement. Both in the interview and the personal reflection, they stated that they can be more engaged during the learning activities through the use of breakout room session. Next is the conclusion. The study investigates the activities and the significant use of breakout room learning session for the collaborative learning during the COVID-19 pandemic. The data were gathered from the interview and the personal reflection identified that there are 6 activities experienced by the EFL students when joining the breakout room online session, including presentation, group discussion, feedback and reflection, speaking practice, and role-playing. In addition, the participants perceived the use of breakout room during the synchronous online learning as beneficial regarding the live interaction, autonomous learning, flexibility in learning, broad access, immediate feedback, and also engagement. The study implies that teachers are suggested to implement and combine various activities in their synchronous online learning courses, especially during the breakout room session. Second, breakout room is regarded as an effective learning media to facilitate students' learning. Thus, teachers can consider the use of breakout rooms even when the pandemic is over. Finally, the study implies that the institution should provide continuous training and/or workshop for the teachers regarding the teaching approaches in online learning, especially the synchronous online learning modes through breakout room sessions. That's all my presentation. Thank you for your kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Characteristic could be controlled and inherited by chromogen, plasma gene, and chromoplasma genes. Corner identified categories of plasma gene inherited. One of them is the different result of reciprocal crossing that led to non-Mendelian law. Smooth cayenne is the most famous commercial variety that has no spine, while queen, the type of mostly used for fresh fruit, has spine. Hybridization between queen and cayenne is expected to be able to generate the new variety that's superior than the parental. In Unpad Jatinangor experimental garden, we have 3 number of filial and their reciprocal copulation of smooth and crossing with the queens. The information of inheritance of those progenitors was not known yet. Therefore, this study aimed to investigate the possibility of cytoplasmic inheritance on pineapple leaf characters. And knowing this subject will help the breeder on creating a new variety. We can see here the smooth and the cayenne, and the materials and method. The study was conducted at Greenhouse of Agriculture Faculty, Universitas Pajajaran in Jatinangor, Sumedang, Jawa Barat, Indonesia. The elevation is about 753 meters above sea level, and we have 6 populations of smooth cayenne and queen intercrossing. For the smooth cayenne, we use Subang 1, 2, 3 cultivar, and for the queen types, we have Blitar, Bogor, and Palembang cultivars. The seed was soaked in warm water for 10 minutes, and then we sown in the mixing substance of sand, soil, and goat manure. When the plant has 6 to 8 leaves, we transplant to the polybag size 5 kg content soil, rice husk, biochem, and goat manure. And in the nursery, we give leaf fertilizer. The fertilizer is Growmore. Result and discussion. Here we can see table 1 is the percentage of the plant who has spine and no spine. Subang, when crossed with the Blitar, 100% no spine, but the reciprocal is 50% spine and 50% no spine. We can see here that's the differences between the filial and the reciprocal. It means that maybe that have the plasma gene inheritance. And Subang crossing with the Bogor, 50% spine and 50% no spine, and also the reciprocal. And Subang crossing with the Palembang. The result is 50% spine and 50% no spine, but the reciprocal 75% no spine and only 25% spine. So we can. From the result, we assume the genetic constituent for each genotype. For Subang, when no spine, and we assume that T no spine character in the nucleus, B is spine character in the nucleus, N is no spine character in the plasma, and S spine character in the plasma, and the no spine dominant to spine. Using this, we can assume the genetic constituent for each genotype. For Subang, T, D, B, B, N, and for other genotypes. Using the estimate genotype constituent, we cross the result and we found it's exactly the same just like the result we have in the population. For example, Subang crossing with Blitar, no spine with spine, the result is 100% no spine. And when the Blitar spine crossing with the Subang non-spine, we have 50% non-spines and 50% spines. And it's also work for other genotype. However, for the leaf color, we couldn't, even though we find the differences between the filial and the reciprocal, we couldn't estimate the genetic constituent for all genotypes. We can only estimate for Subang and a Bogor result. Here we can see Subang is 50%, 50%, and the reciprocal 100% and 0 no spine. And this the genetic constituent. Subang, we assume it has a yellow-green, And the Bogor, we assume they have green, and green is dominant to yellow-green. And the result is 50% green, 50% yellow-green. And when the reciprocal is 100% green.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back in the 6th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation 2022, Optimizing Global Benefit for Future Wellbeing. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, we have 13 focal conferences, and as always, we also have our reporter, Sister Bella, to give her report from one of the conference. Sister Bella, are you with me now?
Hello. Yes, I'm here, Sister Santi.
Okay, your report, please.
Okay, thank you. The International Conference of Medical and Health Sciences is an online conference that analyzes and reviews current scientific knowledge and understanding, explore existing measures and innovations in responding effectively to disease, discuss the challenges and opportunities of science and research. And now, please welcome the chairperson, Dr. Nova Mariani, SPAN.
Hello, Miss Bella.
Hello, Miss Nova. Oh, Dr. Nova. Okay.
It's okay, Miss Nova, it's okay.
I think it's better, Dr. Nova.
Thank you.
Okay, how have you been, Doctor?
Oh, very excellent day, 2 days, yeah. So, this is it.
Okay, see to the camera.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Okay, so, are you ready with several questions that I will give to you?
Okay. I'm ready.
Oh, you're ready. Okay. So the first question, I'm curious about what is the ICMHS and what it is proposed.
Okay. As we know, ICMS is an annual event from the medical program in the University of Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta for the medical doctor. That's why we have a very concern this year to collaborate with the all universities to have enhancing our scope, for scope, medical science, biomedical, public health, and
and others.
Yeah,
Okay. So the participants, all of them are the expert or not?
Are the expert of the medical science?
Yes,
medical
science.
doctor. Yes.
Okay. So is there any, what is it called, maybe the postgraduate students or undergraduate students that join the party to be the participant?
Undergraduate maybe with their lecturer, yeah.
Oh,
not
their
all,
lecturer.
yes.
I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, for the second question, by choosing the theme of continuing innovation in health sciences as Strive for Better Future, and like what you said before, so ICMHS not only focus on medical, but also collaborate with some some
Other
field
sectors,
or
other
some
fields,
sector
yeah.
that have that have contribution with medical.
Yes.
Okay, and what actually ICMHS focus to achieve this year?
Okay, thank you, Miss Bella.
Okay.
This
welcome.
year, this year we won't have collaborate with the other. So because of the pandemic, COVID-19, we realized that we can't do it alone.
Yes.
We won't have another sector, engineering, informatical, yeah. So we can achieve the higher of the innovations in the healthcare and the medical science. That's why we hope this year we collaborate all that sector become the good and great innovation.
Okay. Hopefully that will be true.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. For the next question, as we know, this is the last day of ICoSI.
Yes.
Right. But I would like to know the first day of ICMHS situation, where at the opening ceremony, it's opened by the Minister of Health of the Republic of Indonesia. Could you explain it to the audience?
Okay. We are very thankful to the Minister of the Health of the Republic Indonesia, Budi Sadikin, Budi Gunadi Sadikin, and the Directorate of the Health Service that very warmly welcome and very support us to open this conference. So very, very thankful for that.
Okay, thank you for that. And maybe it is the last question. How many abstract and papers that submitted to ICMHS? And could you please mention maybe the country that contribute to ICMHS?
Actually, we have 97 abstract and
okay.
64 manuscript, but all from Indonesian. And we have collaborate with index journal, with publishing, so we can support them to have publish their manuscript.
Okay, Dr. Nova, thank you for the detail and complete information about ICMHS 2022.
Okay, thank you. Thank
You're
you,
very
Miss Bella.
welcome.
Thank you all.
Okay, that's all from me. Back to you, Sister Santi.
Thank you very much, Sister Bella, for the report, and also thank you, Dr. Nova, for the interview. I have a little note here from the report that this year ICMHS, the 6th International Conference on Medical and Health Science, giving collaboration with other sector like mechanical and electrical engineering, because Dr. Nova said that this sector, medical and health science, cannot stand alone in the sector. Okay, and also we know that the conference of ICMS is giving a very great contribution to medical and health science in this sector. Okay, Sister Bella, I think you still have another report from another conference. Your report, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this is the last focal that we would like to interview.
Yes,
today is dental research exhibition and meeting. Continuing dental education activity, which is held regularly every 2 years by the Dentistry Professional Study Program of the Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, started from 2008, and the theme is the challenges in dentistry after pandemic. And now please welcome the representative from DREAM, Miss Almira Rahmadita SKG.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, Miss Almira. How
Hello.
have you been today?
Pretty good, but
Very
kind of
good.
busy.
Kind of busy, of course. All of us here are busy, right? Okay. Okay, so Miss Almira, right to the point. Could you please tell us what DREAM focal means and why the committee chose DREAMs as the name of the focal?
Yeah, all right. DREAM is one of the focal found in the dentistry department of the Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and DREAM, or Dental Research Exhibition and Meeting, is a continuing dental education activity which is held regularly every 2 years and by dentistry professional study program, and that has been started from 2008.
2008, okay. Okay, then, how many abstracts and full papers that already submitted to the focal?
Currently, we have received more or less 70 abstracts that has been submitted, and there are 49 full papers, and this was obtained from a total of 39 oral presentation and a total of 49 paper for publications.
So all of the participants that submitted the abstract and the full paper are from Indonesia, or there is another abroad?
All participants came from Indonesia.
Came from Indonesia. Okay. So, okay, maybe how about the theme of this focal conference and why the committee chose as the theme?
Yeah, the DREAM ICoSI 2022 brings the theme is the challenges in dentistry after pandemic, and the reason why we choose this theme is because this theme was raised based on post-pandemic period conditions since almost 3 years ago, regarding the importance of epidemiological research and community surveys, and using informatic technology. And we all known as teledentistry, which is an inappropriate approach in the post-pandemic period.
Okay, first slide, please. Okay, you said that the theme is the challenges in dentistry after pandemic. So, could you please tell to the audience one of the challenges that faced by the dentistry after pandemic? Maybe.
Maybe it's like what is it? When we
go to the doctor,
dentist,
to dentist.
We have to sweat first before
doing
the
main,
main what is it?
What is it?
The
meditation.
So before we have to going to dentist, we have to sweat first.
Okay. So that's the challenges that the dentistry face.
Yeah.
Oh, so after so we're now it's after pandemic, not in pandemic, right? So that's the one of the challenges that we face, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you, Ms. Almira, for the precious talk today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bella.
And have a nice day.
Have a nice day.
Yes. Okay, that's all from me. And back to you, Sister Santi.
Thank you, Sister Bella, for the report. And also thank you, Dr. Almira, for the interview. Dr. Almira, have a great busy conference there. A busy dream conference, okay? Dental research exhibition meeting. This year is the 6th conference happened in dental research exhibition. Ladies and gentlemen, like what our sister Bella said in the dental research exhibition and meeting, the conference elaborate more in post-pandemic situation. So there are some challenges that they discuss in the conference. And right now, we have 13 focus conference still running, and we will write back to give you the information and also the condition from each focal conference. So here they are.
BIONI 63 Agritan. The method planting factor consists of two levels, namely C1, direct seed planting, and C2, transplanting. In total, there were 6 treatment combinations. Each combination treatment was repeated 5 times. Rice cultivation activities are carried out by implementing the component of integrated rice crop management. Parameters include arthropod species, abundant diversity and similarity of carnivorous and herbivorous arthropod, intensity of rice temper attack, yield and yield component. The data analyzed by ANOVA, if the treatment shows significant, continue by Duncan 5%. The research showed that the treatment of variety and planting method have a significant and insignificant effect on the observed parameter. Found 4 types of carnivore arthropod with a low species diversity index. The 4 types of carnivorous arthropod are Odonata, Arane, Coccinellidae, and Paederinea. The diversity index of herbivore arthropod in the 6 combination treatment also showed an equally low index value. But among the 6 low diversity index value, there are variations in index value. Found 4 types of herbivorous arthropod with a low species diversity index. The 4 types of herbivorous arthropod are Dilapar lugen, Circopaga incertulus, Capalocrophis medinalis, and Leptocoryza oratorius. Table 9 showed effect of interaction of varieties and planting methods on the average total grain and yield. It showed the BIONI transplanting showed the highest yield, but it was not significantly different from that of BIONI direct seed. But overall, BIONI transplanting was better than BIONI direct seed. The highest yield of BIONI transplanting suffered by weight of 1,000 seed, and the low attack of the rice temporer in the generative phase. In conclusion, the adaptation test of varieties and planting method affect the diversity of arthropod of carnivores and herbivores as well as crop yield. The diversity index of arthropod is low. The similarity of arthropod species show no significant difference. The high yields were shown in the bionic 63 aggretan transplanting treatment supported by weight of 1,000 seed and the low attack of the rice temporer in the generative phase. Thank you.
Okay, that's from the third presenter for this section. And now we will go to the last presenter in this section. There will be Miss Asih Kartasih Karyadi with the presentations titled Heat Treatment, Exponsize on Proliferation and Virus Eliminations of Garlic. And this last presenter for
Dekiru. Kiminara Dekiru is a project initiated by one of our students, Calvin, which is also in our team, who has big interest in movie making and also an active member in the cinematography club. This learning video is created and developed through the collaboration of the students and the lecturers in the Japanese Language Education Department, University of Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. It is a series of skits, in total of 7 skits, and each skit has 2 to 3 minutes duration. The video is made based on the content of SOQ material or beginner level on chapter 17 with the theme Kyampu or camping. The learning objectives in this video is understanding those 7 sentence patterns and their use in the sentence in familiar settings. Thus, the characters and story were developed by casting our own students. And let me introduce you for a little of our characters. We have the main character and his friends, his classmates, and also his senior or senpai in Japanese. And here is the video materials. We have several sentence patterns that student must understand how to use in this sentence. All right, and then in the research method, we did a qualitative and quantitative approach in this research, whereas the qualitative approach is by a little bit of the R&D style of material planning and video making, because we have to make the video at first, and we plan the storyboard, the script, and shoot video footages. And then also the observations, where we did the implementations in the class for 2 to 3 weeks. First week was just like the introduction, and this also include the quiz for those 2 weeks length of observations. And then in the quantitative approach, we also conducted the quiz before and after the implementations. And then we also had questionnaire to know their opinions on the video learning through a survey. The video planning and making, we need to focusing better on the pronunciation. Although this video was not intended to use in a conversation class, but it would be nice if we can also integrate it in the conversation class. And then we also need to think of better layouts, although the students have a good response about the layouts. And we also understand that this project also give a chance to students for them to enhance their creativity and also boosting their self-confidence. Move on to the observation. The findings is the learning flow consists of 3 stages, which are opening, activities, and closings. And in the opening itself, at the beginning of the lessons, the teacher open with the greeting and continues to do the recitation of the Quran, especially in our university. It is mandatory to do that before we begin the lessons. And then we also do the preview and also the review before we get into the actual material. And then at the activities are at the core of the learning. The teacher students, first one, learning experience. Secondly, opinion on the video learning. Question and response on the video is better with the. In conclusion, overall, the response for the video is positive as it has good quality on audio resolution and the layout. While the video wasn't intended to focus on the pronunciation, which is usually focused on the conversation class, it may needed more attention, so the video can be used in more integrated way, such as in the conversation course. Secondly, the learning flow consists 3 stages, which are opening, activities, and closing. And the activities itself more focusing on playing the video and also have like an open discussion. The observation only takes 2 weeks for 2 meetings due to the limitation of the materials availability. And the last one, the response of the students on the learning experience, the video as learning media and the benefit they had are mostly positive. This proved that audiovisual media does have a positive impact on the learning atmosphere, as stated in the taxonomy of media by Gang or Gagne. And furthermore, the research findings shows that learning videos give students a better learning experience. And here is the references we used. And thank you for listening.
There were 3 variations of stacking sequence analysis in this study, which are bamboo, glass, or noted with BG, and then the second is bamboo, glass, bamboo, noted with BGB, and the third sequence is glass, bamboo, glass, noted with GB. And the manufacturing process to create composite use and layout process. Resin was poured on top of the bamboo strips and glass fiber, and then process continue until all the fiber are laminated. After the final laminates, polyester sheets was put on top as cover using a roller with composite was pressed and rolled to remove all the trapped bubble. And then the tensile test specimen. The testing specimen used according ASTM standard with the tensile speed of 2 mm per minute while the gauge length is 110 millimeter. The tensile testing using UTM, and before testing the specimen, an aluminum tape is attached to the specimen. And then results and discussion. Tensile test results show the composite with stacking sequence of bamboo glass achieved the highest average ultimate tensile strength out of the three specimens at 397.65 MPa, followed by BG specimen with stacking sequence of bamboo glass that achieved average ultimate tensile strength of 339.36 MPa, and the last is BGB or bamboo glass bamboo, which average ultimate tensile strength of 269.19 MPa. GB specimen also have the highest average elastic modulus at 4.9 GPa, followed by BG specimen at 4.5 GPa, and then BGB specimen at 2.5 GPa. GB specimen and BG specimen both have only one shapes of bamboo. However, observed from average ultimate tensile strength, bamboo sandwich by glass fiber like GB specimen can achieve higher strength and modulus compared by BG specimen. BGB specimen with two bamboo strips achieve lower strength and also lower elastic modulus. Stress formula was divided by area. The addition of bamboo will definitely increase the area. Meanwhile, the load of BGB specimen was not that high. Therefore, when the ultimate load was divided by the specimen area, this results in lower tensile stress. From this average ultimate strength, it can seen that the B specimen were superior than the other two specimens. Okay, I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Irfan from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta for the presentation. The discussion again will be open after all the paper has already been presented. And I again remind you all that please fill out the attendance list. Okay, there is still one recorded presentation, and then the next will be followed by a live presentation. Will be done by Dr. Ahmad Zaki and Bapak Muhammad Rahman. Okay. Okay. The next paper will be presented by Dr. Aris Vidyo Nugroho, and this presentation has already been recorded. So let's watch the presentation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Aris Vidyo Nugroho, and my colleagues Arifatur Rahman and Muhammad Budin Nur Rahman from Mechanical Engineering Department of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. At this moment, I would like to present my paper with the title The Effect of Welding Parameter and Geometry on Friction Stir Spot Welded Polypropylene Sheet Joint. This presentation will be divided into 4 parts. First is introduction and objective, second is experimental method, third is result and discussion, and finally the fourth is conclusion. Now I start with the introduction. Polypropylene is one of the thermoplastic polymer used for a variety of applications due to its properties. During the application, some joining technique have been applied, such as gluing, bolt and nut joint, and welding joint. Previous researchers have revealed that friction stir spot welding on polypropylene has very carried out with the welding process parameters such as rotational speed at 900 to 2150 RPM, diameter shoulder ranging from 20 to 35 mm, and pin tip diameter more than 7.5 mm, and using a conventional or CNC milling machine. Friction stir spot welding process on thermoplastic material consists of 3 stages: plunging, stirring, and solidifying and retracting. However, from the aesthetic point of view, there are 2 defects, namely large visible keyholes and solder mark. To minimize keyhole defect, it is necessary to select a smaller size of the pin and smaller solder diameter without reducing the tensile load capacity. This research was conducted to investigate the effect of geometry tool and a rotational tool speed process parameter on tensile load capacity of polypropylene friction stir spot welded. The magnitude of the penetration force during the welding process was also measured and compared. In addition, the effect of pin tool shape on the mechanical properties is also discussed. Next, we go to the experimental method. A steel bar with the diameter of 22 mm was machined with following the figure. The first type pin possesses a cylindrical shape with diameter of 4 mm. The second type pin has a tapered cylindrical shape with a pin base diameter of 4 mm, pin length of 4.8 mm, and all types have a shoulder diameter of 20 mm. A polypropylene sheet with a thickness of 3 mm was cut into pieces with a dimension of 150 length, 30 mm thick, weight, and 3 mm thickness using a water jet machine. The welding was performed on 3 rotational speed with the same plunging speed, stirring time, and dwelling time. The polypropylene plate which have been prepared are then joined through the friction stir spot welding process using a portable CNC machine that has been fabricated in the department's laboratory. Loading force and rotational speed during welding process were recorded. Microstructure of the joint were observed using an Olympus optical microscope. Image processing software ImageC was also applied to examine the joint area. Hardness testing was conducted using the durometer shorty, and cell bearing capacity was evaluated using universal testing machine. Move on to the result and discussion. The cycle for welding process is divided into 5 stages as follows. A, tool goes to the top sheet, no load has been lit, and B, the tip of the pin begin to touch the top plate and begin to penetrate. So the load increases due to friction, heat increases, and polypropylene becomes soft, so that the penetration load decreases. C, the lower surface of the solder begin to touch the top sheet of material, so that in addition to the fast increase load, there is also a slight decrease in the rotational speed. D, after the plunge depth is reached, this phase has entered the dwell time phase and causes constant speed and load. And the last, E, the tool stop rotating and lift or retracted, resulting a significant decrease in the load. Also typical shapes, the second type pin shape require a higher penetration load, and at low RPM, where the maximum load is reached compared to the first type pin shape. At high speed, it shows a lower penetration load. The time required to get the maximum load of the first type pin is faster, around 56 seconds, than the second type pin around 76 seconds. This indicates that the first type pin generates its faster to soften polypropylene at good rotational speed. Next to the welding joint result, in general, welding joint with two types of tool were not that different. It can be seen that the welding result using the friction stir spot welding technique, also the presence of tool pin or keyhole formed on the polypropylene plate connection. Visually, it was observed that the joint with the pin tool rotation of 10,000 RPM both showed rougher solder marks surface compared to the joint surfaces with a rotation speed of 11,000 RPM. At high rotation in each tool pin, more material is thrown around the surface of the shoulder. However, the second type pin shows more material throwing than the first type of pin. It happened as a result of the tool of the second type pin tool, which allow for the possibility of the pressing the material with pins that were running through the surface shoulder concavity. And from the macrostructural examination, the polypropylene friction stir spot welded joint is displayed in the figure. In the cross section, the friction stir spot weld show a keyhole shape mimicking the profile tool and welding zone. Two parts can be identified. The first part is the weld stir zone, indicating the weld bonded area called the nugget thickness or X. The second part is the thickness of the stir zone under solder, or we call Y. The tensile load bearing capacity of the friction stir spot welding joint is proportionally affected by the weld bond area, or X, and the thickness of the stir zone, or Y. The surface of the welding zone below the solder, produced by welding using first type pin flatter, and on the other, as more material is crushed and flung out by the shoulder, it produces a lower surface in the welding with the second type of pin. As the rotation increases, more material is crushed and thrown, which is seen by a deeper drop in the surface under the shoulder, and more cavity form, especially for joint with the second type pin. In general, the differences in hardness between point is small, ranging from 62 to 68. Continuous generation due to the shape of the second type pins will soften the weld bond area and throw the material upward, thereby reducing its density, which is caused by cavity defects in the weld bonded area, which have an impact on the hardness value. Now we go to the tensile properties. Polypropylene material without joint show typical polymer behavior, namely a long, elastic, and plastic area. The amount of plastic deformation before fracture was observed to be classified as a ductile fracture. At the same time, other joints exhibit brittle fracture behavior in the form of small plastic deformation. It indicated that the joint possesses low plasticity. The specimen broke as soon as it reached the maximum load. Tensile load capacity of the friction stir spot welded joint so that the tensile load capacity increases with the increase in the rotational speed of the tool without differentiating the tool type. However, the tensile load capacity for joint with first type pin is higher than the second type pin. For each rotational speed variation reaching a maximum load of 1,270 Newton. Types of failure for the reset is presented in the figure. The failure picture were classified into three types. First, nugget pull-out failure due to small area of nugget, and most of them happen. And second, the cross nugget failure due to lack of heat, especially for pin second pin with 10,000 RPM, and one set partial failure mode due to small nugget or thickness of the plate in one set. That is for a second type pin at 11,000 RPM. And finally, we reach to the conclusion. It has been successfully accomplished to attach a polypropylene sheet with a lap joint utilizing the friction stir spot welding technique with both pin shape at 3 rotational speed. And it has also been shown that the first type pin produces a higher tensile load capacity than the second type pin with the highest value of 1,279 Newton. In both tool types, an increase in the friction stir spot welding rotational speed will increase the dimension of the form nugget weld, which increase tensile shear load capacity. Observable cavity defect in the second type pin along with increased rotational speed. However, the joint welding joint efficiency in this study has only reached around 50%. So further research is still needed to increase the efficiency of the welding joint. And thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
This is Indonesia, the largest archipelagic country with abundant natural resources, the land of paradise with thousands of tribes and local languages. Yogyakarta is a gateway to Indonesia's natural beauty and exoticism, with breathtaking views and unique philosophical cultures. It is a city where people carve indelible memories. Welcome to Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Since 1981, we have flourished and innovated to serve the community. We are a young university, but our achievements are remarkable. We elevate our university and support our student and teaching staff to achieve their goals through research, innovation, and creativity. The COVID-19 pandemic does not cease our path. It has been our responsibility to adapt and to innovate. upholding three principles of higher education, we are certainly welcome the new era to develop Indonesia and enlighten the universe. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, muda mendunia.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ICoSI 2022. I know all of you has been tired since the early morning because we have 13 focal conferences. I know that you follow since yesterday and now this morning, and now maybe it's time for another set of the agenda, right?
Yes, we will have entertainment from our group music right now, but some of the vocal conference is still going, and after the entertainment from Asmara Music, we also will have closing ceremony.
Exactly.
And also the announcement of the best paper in each vocal conference.
An announcement will be conducted in each vocal conference.
Exactly,
And then the closing ceremony after that, and then that's finish of the ICoSI 2022.
Okay, let's have fun for a while, have some break and entertainment.
Right. Not without any
further ado, please welcome
Asmara Entertainment.
Sekejap cinta yang terjalin dan mencari sebuah jarum yang tak mungkin terlupa, terukir di hati dan tak mau pergi. lakukan begini bersama. Di setiap langkah percaya hanya diriku paling mengerti kegelisahan jiwamu kasih dan arti kata kecewamu. Kasih yakinlah aku yang paling memahami pasti kejujuran diri indah sanubarimu kasih. Hanya diriku paling mengerti kegelisahan jiwamu kasih dan arti kata kecewamu. Kasih yakinlah aku yang paling memahami pasti kejujuran diri indah sanubarimu kasih. we'll still together. There may be in darkness she is all I see. Come and raise your voice, driving slow on Sunday morning, none ever want to leave. The tissues get so brassy, living life gets up to you. Sunday morning when it's falling, and I'm calling out to you. Sing something, but it leave me back to you. Far away to bring my soul back home to you. Baby, I know that maybe in darkness she is all. Telah ku baca dan aku mengerti betapa merindunya dirimu akan hadirnya diriku di dalam hari-harimu bersama lagi. Kapan aku akan kembali lagi. Do you remember the time it was not September? our hearts ringing, in the key that our soul will sing. Sweet ancient night, remember how we started the night away. Hey, 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 Maria, say do you remember Maria, dancing in September, Maria, never was a cloudy day. Ba-do-do, 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 yeah. My problem with you, holding tight with your heart is clear. Only we talk and live, remember how we knew love here to stay. Now December, from out of the shadows of September, only we talk and live, remember that you live we share today. Hey, 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 Maria, say do you remember Maria, dancing in September, Maria, never was a sunny day. There was a Maria, say do you remember Maria, dancing in September, Maria, never was a sunny day. The bells were ringing, oh, our souls were singing. Do you remember? Now it was a cloudy day. There was a Maria, say do you remember Maria, dancing in September, Maria, never was a cloudy day. There was a Maria, say do you remember Maria, dancing in September, Maria, never was a shiny day.
Ku tak dapat membohongi hati nurani, ku tak dapat menghindari gejolak cinta ini. Maka izinkanlah aku mencintaimu, atau bolehkah gak ada pemiliknya, tapi ku tak mampu membohongi hati nurani. Ku tak mampu menghindari gejolak cinta ini. Maka tinggallah aku mencintaimu, atau bolehkah aku segera sayang padamu. Maka maafkan jika ku mencintaimu, atau bolehkah aku segera sayang padamu.
melihat dirimu hadir, rasa hati ini inginkan dirimu. Hati tenang mendengar suara indah menyapa, geloranya hati ini tak kusangka. Rasa ini tak tertahan, hati ini selalu untukmu. Terimalah lagu ini dari orang biasa, tapi cintaku padamu luar biasa. Aku tak punya bunga, aku tak punya harta, yang ku punya hanyalah hati yang setia, tulus padamu. Hari-hari berganti, kini cinta pun hadir, melihatmu, memandangmu bagai bidadari. Lentik indah matamu, manis senyum birumu, hitam panjang rambutmu, anggun terikat. Rasa ini tak tertahan, hati ini selalu untukmu. Terimalah lagu ini dari orang biasa, tapi cintaku padamu luar biasa. Aku tak punya bunga, aku tak punya harta, yang ku punya hanyalah hati yang setia, tulus padamu. Terimalah lagu ini dari orang biasa, tapi cintaku padamu luar biasa. Terimalah lagu ini dari orang biasa, tapi cintaku padamu luar biasa. Aku tak punya bunga, aku tak punya harta, yang ku punya 'cause you are the reason I'm losing my sleep. Please come with me. There goes my mind racing, 'cause you are the reason that I'm still breathing. I'm hopeless now. I'd climb every mountain and swim every ocean just to be with you. It's what I've broken. Oh, that I need you to see that you are the reason. There goes my heart shaking, and you are the reason. My heart keeps bleeding. I need you now. If I could turn back the clock, I'll make sure the light and faith is a child. I'll spend every hour of every day keeping you safe. I'd climb every mountain and swim every ocean just to be with you and fix what I've broken. Oh, could I need you to see that you are the reason. You are the reason. I need you to help me tonight. I'd climb every mountain and swim every ocean just to be with you and fix what I've broken. Oh, 'cause I need you to see that you are the reason.
Ladies and gentlemen, based on purpose of auction market, is it true the existence of auction market will make red chili supply chain efficient? And is it true the existence of auction market will provide welfare for red chili farmers? To answer this, this research aims to describe red chili auction market mechanism, to analyze effectiveness of red chili auction market, and to analyze efficiency of red chili supply chain through auction market to consumption center in Jakarta. Sampling technique of the study, the first step, Kulon Progo Regency has the highest contribution to red chili production in Indonesia by 72% in 2018 1960 until 2020. And Panjatan district has the highest number of red chili production for the 2019 until 2020 period. So Panjatan district taken the research location. There are 3 villages that have an auction market. Pogel village have 2 units, Garongan village with 4 units, and Pleret village has 2 units. Garongan village was taken as a research location because it has the largest number of auction market. Taken 80 farmers from 2 farmer group who are active members of auction market and red chili farming during this research. The last step, respondent are the farmers to end consumer in Jakarta were taken by snowball sampling. A middleman with 2%, chairman of the auction market management, collecting trader with 2%, bandar in Kramat Jati Central Market Jakarta, or in Indonesia is Pasar Induk Kramat Jati Jakarta with 3%, Kenteng in PIKJ 10%, retailer with 20%, and final consumer with 30%. Data analysis of the study, auction market mechanism analyzed by description of flowchart shape. Effectiveness of auction market analyzed by 3 indicators, auction market output, auction market flexibility, present or absent of tension. And the last, red chili supply chain efficiency analyzed by performance measurement system with 4 indicators: production cost, transaction cost, profit, and return on investment. Ladies and gentlemen, this slide show there are 9 steps of red chili auction market mechanism. Start from red chili collection from farmers until payment. Farmer collect red chili to auction market in afternoon around 4 until 5 p.m. and then weighing and sorting. Furthermore, at night starting at 8 p.m. Auction process is carried out, as well as announcement of auction winner, packaging, distribution, and payment. Next slide, result of analysis that effectiveness of red chili auction market show that high category for 3 indicator: auction market output, auction market flexibility, and present or absent of tension. Sale guarantee is the best sub-indicator in auction market output indicator. And selling price flexibility is the best sub-indicator for auction market flexibility indicator. There are 2 sub-indicators in present or absent of tension with the best category, namely fairness or revenue sharing and intensity of deliberation between farmers and administrators. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 3 chains of red chili supply chain. You can see the first chain. Okay, the first chain consists of 7 actors. Start from farmer in Kulon Progo, to auction market in Kulon Progo, to collecting trader in Kulon Progo, to bandar in PIKJ, Kenteng in PIKJ, retailer in Jakarta, until consumer in Jakarta. Flow of product, flow of money, and flow of information is a whole smoothie, except information flow between farmer in Kulon Progo and auction market in Kulon Progo was not smooth. In this table, category from actors related product flow, money flow, information flow in the first chain. Okay, and the second chain consists 8 actors start from farmers in Kulon Progo until consumer in Jakarta. And the second chain, product flow, money flow, information flow as a whole smoothie, except information flow between farmers in Kulon Progo and middlemen in Kulon Progo was not smooth. On this table, you can see score and category for each actor related product flow, money flow, and information flow in the second chain. Okay, the last chain of Rachili supply chain from Kulon Progo to consumption center in Jakarta consists of 7 actors, start from farmer in Kulon Progo until consumer in Jakarta. On the last chain, product flow, money flow, and information flow is a whole smooth, except information flow between farmer in Kulon Progo and middleman in Kulon Progo was not smooth. In this table, you can see score and category related product flow, money flow, and information flow in the last chain. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you can see a whole chain of Rachili supply chain from Kulon Progo Regency through auction market in Kulon Progo until consumer in Jakarta. Okay, based on 3 chain, you can see efficiency of Rachili supply chain based on 4 indicators, namely production cost, transaction cost, profit, and return on investment. From 3 chain, you can see the lowest production cost occur in chain 3. And then for profit and return on investment, the highest in the chain 1. So chain 1 is the best efficient. And from this slide, you can see a conclusion of the study. Number 1, there are 9 stages in the Rachili auction market mechanism, from Rachili collection, from farmers to payment. Effectiveness of Rachili auction market is high or very effective. Rachili supply chain is formed by 3 chains with farmers, auction market, middleman, collecting trader, bandar in PIKJ, centeng in PIKJ, retailers, and consumer. And then the most efficient supply chain is in chain 1 by involving auction market without middleman. Highest profit and return on investment in chain 1. And the high effectiveness of auction market makes Rachili supply chain was efficient. The last conclusion, the Rachili supply chain through auction market is able to provide welfare, as shown by profit of farmers around 11%. The highest profit is enjoyed by collecting trader is 41%. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, my presentation has been complete. Thank you for your attention. Sorry if there are mistakes and shortcomings. I really hope we can meet again at 4th ICoSI next year. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Final judgment. We conclude the benefit to utilize AI to support judiciary. 1, organizing big data. AI may identifying trends in writing files, and documents may be beneficial in sorting massive numbers or complicated cases with a very of data. 2, comprehensive and accurate. AI, through the advantage of information storage, reading algorithm, and computing power, could generate in-depth analysis and research on the whole sample of fast data. 3, effective and efficient. I will greatly increase work performance by saving judicial resource and encouraging employees to solve more complicated and problematic cases. 4, impartiality and prevent bias. Compared to human judges, AI is more impartial and objective, and guaranteeing the fairness of the legal process and gaining public respect. Finally, all of these advantages to use AI in judicial process may impact the increase of public trust to judicial stakeholders.
Thank you, my brother, Mr. Suhadi Putra Wijaya. Okay, we will continue. Generally, at least there are several common issues when we want to implement AI in judiciary. First is complexity. AI is a form of high-level technology that requires special programming skill, especially coding that can understand and analyze legal language. Meanwhile, law also has unique characteristics that challenging for AI to recognize the legal reasoning, which based on many variables such as rules, statutes, principle, cases, theory, methodology, and etc. Then black box is about practice unknown area. It has two categories. Legal black box happen when programmer cannot understand the meaning of legal laws and judicial decision. Then the second one is technical black box, when judges and court staff not understand the mechanism of code in AI algorithm process. The next one is hidden bias. There is still possibility AI bias happen when human programmer biases are embedded into the programming coding. One of famous example is Compass project in America. According to ProPublica investigation, Compass was accused of generating racially biased judgment because classified nearly twice black defendant has higher risk than white defendant in repeated crime. And the fourth is acknowledgement. We must try to ask ourselves to what extent user and public can accept and trust the result of decision made by AI. Although humans believe that AI may provide consistency and achieve legal certainty, but are we really ready to fully admit that our destiny is determined by machine? This is also a fundamental topic we must discuss. Meanwhile, when we try to analyze how far the AI utilization in Indonesia judicial system, both judges in Supreme Court and Constitutional Court in several events talk about how important to develop technology in judicial system, including develop and establish AI. Unfortunately, in practice, technology advancement in Indonesia judiciary is still in phase of digitalization to tracking and monitoring the cases or directory to search court decision. According to information from IT specialist staff in the court, this judicial application not yet reached the stage of using AI technology in its programming code. Then there is no roadmap or internal regulation from judicial institution which stipulating and develop AI in judicial process. We also found absence of special task force made by the leader of the institution of judiciary to accommodate understanding between judge as user and technology staff as programmer to construct machine learning of AI. So we can say the level of application of AI in Indonesia justice system is still relatively modest, stagnant, and not yet concretized in action. So we try to suggest several recommendations if we agree to implement AI in our judicial system. First, we must mapping the needs of judges and court problems. We should know exactly in which phase of trial the AI will support and which type of cases. Second, we must also improve the quality of database because AI operates based on data, so the big data quality must be improved, garbage in, garbage out. If we put wrong data, it may cause leading advice to judges. Third, we must encourage research by programmer and IT staff with legal user and expert to share understanding, vision, and achieve same objective. So the judges as the main user can control and evaluate the EA development until the final application. Fourth, integrity agreement and assessment must be encouraged for programmer to prevent black box practice. And then the last one, develop a roadmap, grand design, or internal institution rules which contain at least basic principle or procedure to implement AI in judicial system by judicial institution leader. We may learn from European Commission for Efficiency of Justice in developing AI basic or fundamental principle to adopt AI in the court. To conclude, regardless whatever the challenges in other countries or Indonesia to implement AI in judicial system, in our opinion, AI has high possibility to improve the quality of judgment and court service. Therefore, we believe the main objective to develop AI in judiciary, obviously not to substitute human judges with robot or AI algorithm, especially to make final decision. We believe human must fully sovereign entities to determine their own destiny, not completely submitted their problem to AI coding. We want to close our presentation with quotation from Amy Stapleton, who basically said, soon, artificial intelligence will assist us in every aspect of our life. So in our perspective, to what extent we want AI help us in judiciary in the future, it depends how currently we try to design the blueprint of AI we want to choose. Thank you.
The knowledge factor. Insufficient knowledge of infectious disease will trigger the risk of stigma. Patients who get stigmatized will be rejected from the environment. A person who felt receiving a stigma will experience a decrease in self-esteem, leading to feeling of weakness or inferiority compared to others and loss of self-confidence. This condition could later worsen a person's anxiety condition. The government contribute to overcome condition of high stigma, such as by organizing service program, counseling, and handling health center. Health center was expected to reach all target, even in remote area. Fear and reaction to anxiety experienced by a person might be occurred because of the threatened danger, but there were other affecting factors such as law of knowledge, and then rumor or gossip and error in the information obtained. Conclusion, point 1, there is no significant correlation between public stigma and anxiety level in pulmonary TB patient at the community lung health center Purwokerto. And point 2, pulmonary TB patient who undergo treatment at community lung health center Purwokerto are stigmatized by the community with low stigma. There was 44.6% and high stigma there was 55.4%. And point 3, pulmonary TB patient who obtain treatment at the community lung health center Purwokerto experience mild anxiety. There was 33.8%. And moderate anxiety there was 20.3%, and then severe anxiety there was 4.1%, and then not experiencing the anxiety there was 41.9%. And the suggestion 1 for community, it is necessary to increase positive support and stigma from the community to the pulmonary TB patient who obtain treatment at the community lung health center Purwokerto. And number 2, for community lung health center Purwokerto, this is necessary to educate the community, especially around the environment of patient with pulmonary TB, about the stigma and the importance of the role of the community in the treatment process for pulmonary TB patient. And number 3, for the researchers, it is necessary to do further research on public stigma to observe the importance of the community role in treating and healing pulmonary TB patient at the community lung health center Purwokerto. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Mustika. And then we are on the Q&A session. I will open 2 or 3 questions for the all participants. Please.
ACS patients in addition to prolong their life and relieving the symptoms. Therefore, this study is conducted to determine the quality of life profile among ACS patients and more specifically to those who has smoking history as the risk factors. For the methods, this observational study was conducted with cross-sectional design. Data was collected prospectively by distributing the questionnaire to the eligible patients. Primary data were collected from ACS patients who were at cardiology outpatient department in a secondary hospital at Yogyakarta, Indonesia during March to June 2019. Data were collected from 60 participants with ACS and also with smoking history and in ages not less than 17 years old. Patients with congenital heart failure has limitation in communication. Illiterate and not willingly to participate in the study were excluded from the study. SAQ-7 questionnaire was used as an instrument in this study to explore the experience and the impact of ACS on health status among the eligible participants, which covering the 5 domains. That is physical limitations, angina stability, angina frequency, treatment satisfaction, and perception about the disease. Baseline characteristic of selected participants were collected from patients' medical record, and all the 60 participants have signed the informed consent, and this study has been approved by the Ethics Committee of the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, University of Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. The quality of life data were analyzed by using the adapted formula by Chan and Jones in 2014, and the obtained scores from each domain then calculated to get the mean score, which reflected the patient's quality of life. To determine the effect of 5 domains of SAQ-7 on patients' quality of life, person's correlation analysis was used with 95% confidence level. For the results, talking about the basic characteristics, the table presented that 54% from the participants with ACS and smoking history were in the range of age 51 to 60 years old. There were only 8.33% who are over 70 years old. Participants were dominated by male, which is 66% over the female, and most of them were only finished their senior high school with percentage 50%. The study was found that working as a government employee, entrepreneur, and labor had more risk in ACS, and more than 63% of participants were having history as an active smoker, while around 36% participants were passive smoker. The overall quality of life among 60 patients with ACS and had smoking history was found to be higher, as much as 93%, and only 7% of them who considered as having lower quality of life after the event. By looking from each SAQ-7 dimension, there was found 70% patients who have medium physical limitation, 68% and 25% participants were having very good and good angina stability after the ACS attack, while only 7% participants had unstable angina. Inconsistently, for angina frequency dimension, the study revealed 80% had very rare angina attack during the treatment after the last ACS attack. Thus, no wonder that the study also found 80 participants with very satisfied feeling about their treatment, and 73% participants had very good perception about having ACS. And then we move to the last table, I guess. For this table, which present the impact domains to overall patients' quality of life, it presented that treatment satisfaction and patients' perception about their disease were found to have moderate impact to patients' quality of life. And for the discussion, previous studies reported about higher incidences of acute coronary syndrome among population with ages 40 to 70 years old. More specifically, non-STEMI has been reported to have higher probability among older people, while lower probability for STEMI, younger patients, less or equal with 40 years old males with smoking habit and have familial history were found to have more incidences of unstable angina and STEMI. Those studies are fully supportive with current study, which had 54% ACS patients in the range of ages 50 to 60 years old and 66.7% males. Population at rural area in Asia also found males to have more incidences of ACS. In relation with ACS symptoms, female found to have less symptoms, specifically chest pain, at their admission in hospital. Then that could be one of the reasons why ACS was less found at the hospital admission over the males. However, higher incidences of ACS are found among older women, specifically women in menopause period. The reason of higher ACS incidences among menopause females is due to the alteration of estrogen level when the menopause is started. Smoking history has been pronounced by previous studies as common risk factors to ACS. STEMI was also found more frequently among smokers than non-smokers, with also higher incidences of in-hospital mortality. Passive smoker also has increasing risk of having myocardial infarction among the women after the age of 20 years old. Generally, active and passive smokers have similar risk of having acute coronary syndrome, and the frequency of smoking exposure can also increase the risk. Thus, it can be understanding that the proportion of passive smoker is more than the active smoker in the population. The study found active smoker which more than passive smoker by prospective sampling, 33.3% versus 36.7%. Current study with 60 participants may not totally reflect the general population in worldwide about the proportion of passive and active smokers. For us to take more consideration about the result of this study. According to the quality of life among ACS patients, a study from Malaysia reported a significant improvement quality of life among ACS patients who being treated at ICCU and follow up to 12 months after discharge. Another study from Asia also reported that the role of pharmaceutical care intervention could significantly increase the quality of life among the ACS patients and highlighted the early rehabilitation to also boost their quality of life. Those studies are consistent with current study that treatment satisfaction on SAQ-7 dimension has more impact to the quality of life among all participants with ACS. Current study also reported the moderate impact of patients' perception about having ACS to their quality of life, which supported by a study from Europe and North America. This study proved that patients' understanding about their disease is playing a good role to improve their therapy to cure their disease and quality of life as well. Therefore, giving educations to the patients about their disease is also important to improve their disease and quality of life. Smoking history can increase the risk of having ACS for both active and passive smoker. Overall quality of life among the participants with ACS and smoking history is found to be higher during the treatment. Treatment satisfaction and patients' perception about having ACS are playing an important role to improve their quality of life. So based on those reports, the health staff should put their attention to give an optimal treatment and sufficient education to the ACS patients about their disease for the purpose of improving patients' quality of life. Health policy also needs to be developed to decrease the number of smoker and protect the passive smoker. Thank you so much. That's all my presentation. If there are any questions, so welcome. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
When you try your best but you don't succeed, when you get what you want but not what you need, when you feel so tired but you can't sleep, stuck in reverse, and the tears come streaming down your face. When you lose something you can't replace, when you love someone but it goes to waste, could it be worse? Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you. mengikutiku. Kau takkan gelap karena apapun. Kau bisa runtuhkan celaku, kan ku temukan jalan yang lain. Manusia kuat, itu kita, jiwa-jiwa yang kuat. Itu kita, manusia kuat. Itu kita, jiwa-jiwa yang kuat. Itu kita. Bila bukan kehendaknya, tidak satu pun jelasku akan bawa bahagia. Manusia kuat, itu kita, jiwa-jiwa yang kuat. Itu kita, manusia kuat. Itu kita, jiwa-jiwa yang kuat. Itu kita, manusia kuat. Itu kita, jiwa-jiwa yang kuat. Itu kita, manusia kuat. Itu kita, jiwa-jiwa yang kuat. Itu kita, manusia kuat. Itu kita, jiwa-jiwa yang kuat. Itu kita, manusia kuat. Itu kita, jiwa-jiwa yang kuat. Itu kita. Kau bisa patahkan kakiku, katakan tak rebut senyummu. Hitamkan putihnya hatiku, tapi tidak mimpi-mimpiku.
Structure. Alpha helix is the structure of the most antimicrobial peptide. The study that determined the antimicrobial activity of the peptide with different secondary structure showed that HPRPA, the peptide with the alpha helix structure, have the activity than other peptide, and then followed by HPRPT that are truncated peptide have more activity than peptide with the beta sheet and loop structure. It shows that peptide with the alpha helix structure have the better activity with the peptide with other structure. The next is the net chart. The more positive charge usually have more antimicrobial activity. This because bacterial cell membrane have more negative charge than mammalian cell membrane, so the peptide positive charge help the attachment of the peptide to the negative charge of bacterial membrane. Most of antimicrobial peptides that have been developed carry on positive charge. And the net charge also can help the specifically of the peptide to the bacterial cell without harm to the normal cell. This slide shows the study about caprolin modification. The adding positive charge in the caprolin sequence show enhance the ability of the mutant peptide to break the bacterial membrane. The third is the amphipaticity of the peptide. Amphipathic is the position of the positive hydrophobic and the positive hydrophilic and the hydrophobic amino acid then opposite each other. So it means that amphipaticity will depend on the hydrophobicity of the peptide. It showed that the replacement of hydrophobic amino acid in the right area or in the hydrophobic area can enhance the antimicrobial activity. See in this table after the mutation, the antimicrobial activity of the peptide are increased. From the discussion, it can be concluded that antimicrobial peptide is a promising drug for therapy against bacteria. The key importance of antimicrobial peptide designing is secondary structure, net charge, amphipaticity, and hydrophobicity. The alpha helix structure is the best structure of antimicrobial peptide. The positive net charge can improve the antimicrobial activity but also increase the toxicity of the peptide. The amphipaticity of the peptide determined by its hydrophobicity, and antimicrobial peptide activity can improve by modification of its structure. Thank you very much for your attention.
member knowledge, and from funding source. Number 2. The village government has a role to move by providing motivation or renewal of the method, new system, new ways of thinking to people who have small and medium-sized micro enterprises to have participation and join a container that is creative economic community, but which research found has not been accommodated by small and medium micro enterprise by the village government. Number 3. Business master number household industrial food and LPPOM MUI. Indonesian language is LPPOM MUI have a number of benefits in including obtain the legality of the company, obtaining the S of observe documents such as product can be marketed by the Chinese Regulatory Office. In fact, research found the lack of the role of the village government in carrying out socialization and coaching and assistance regarding permits for making business master number, household and industry and food, MUI halal label. As a result, only just 5 members of the creative economy Chubaruyan already have an IB or an IB Indonesian language, PIRT in Indonesian language, and a PPOM MUI in Indonesian language. From 26 members of the creative economy Chubaruyan, as a result, some members of the creative economy business still can't market their product outside the Ciamis Regency area. So marketing is not widespread with market demand source and marketing is still manual. Based on the background and problems, the author is interested in conducting research by choosing the title The Role of the Village Government in Developing the Creative Economy in Sukamaju Village, Chaurbeti District, Ciamis Regency. The problems that occur are: what is the role of the village government in developing the creative economy in Sukamaju Village, Chaurbeti District, Ciamis Regency? Let's move on the next point. I would like
targets. And that should go, to all the departments. So getting back to the accounting, we have, for instance, an MSc in accounting, and I'm teaching next semester course on fraud and forensic accounting. So basically, what we are going to do, 30% of the course will be basically dedicated to these issues. So it is not anymore, something that we put aside or we teach optionally. No, it is becoming something at the heart, at the core of what we are doing. And of course, we are going to adjust with time to get the better fit. So this is what we are doing right now.
Okay, thank you. That's inspiring.
Thank you very much.
All right, that's really interesting, Professor. All right, so I believe that this is really interesting, and I believe that there are so many questions that want to be asked to you, but unfortunately, we have limited time here. So, Professor, maybe you can give your conclusion or concluding comments, regarding these topics, right? About the sustainability, ESG, especially also for our professions, Professor. Okay.
Yes. So the last slide in the last slide of my presentation, there are my details. If anybody is interested in pursuing the discussion, please feel free to reach out to me. I'm at Trent School of Business. I'm responsible for the portfolio of knowledge transfer. And when I say knowledge transfer, basically, big part of my work is to bridge the gap between
Chirotopically, people can be divided into two pools, morning chronotype and night chronotype. The morning chronotype stereotypically go to bed early at that night and wake up early in the morning. The night chronotype is the opposite option where people go to bed later and wake up later. Although most people do not belong to either pole.
The next concept that important to explain is social jet lag. Social jet lag is a condition where there is an misalignment between a personal internal rhythm and social routine. The rhythm of personal sleep behavior can be actually seen on free day. On free day, where there is no social pressure to do social activity in the morning, people tend wake up later. The later person wakes up on free day compared with the weekday, the higher the degree of social jet lag. Quantitatively, social jet lag is defined as a difference between the midpoint of sleep on free days minus the midpoint of sleep on weekdays. The larger this difference, the greater the degree of social jet lag. And the background of this research is the geographical area of Indonesia with the very wide area. Even though it has been divided into 3 time zones, in each time there are still variations in the range of sunrise hour to working hour. Furthermore, it can be categorized as area with earliest sunrise hour, with impacting the longest time interval between sunrise to working hour, and the latest sunrise impacting shortest duration between sunrise to working hour, like in this figure. Even though we have 3 time zone, west zone time, center zone time, east zone time. Each zone time can be categorized in 3 areas: middle, latest sunrise, and earlier sunrise, which impacting longest duration from sunrise to working hours, and shortest duration from sunrise to working hours. Although there is no research about the effect of geographical times variation in the time sunrise to on sleep-wake rhythm, we can be hypothesized that effect geographical variation in time sunrise on wake sleep rhythm can be analogous to human chronotypes. The areas with the earliest sunrise hour is identical to those with the morning chronotype, whereas area with the later or latest sunrise hour is analogous to the evening chronotypes. So the main of this study is intended to evaluate the effect of local variation in the hour sunrise on the occurrence of individual jet lag. Material and methods. This study is a cross-sectional design evaluating effect of local variation in sunrise hours on the current individual jet lags. Because the research conducted during COVID-19 pandemic, we involved the student of Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, who participated in field lab activity in public health and family medicine block. Students acts as a numerator in the study, conducting physical and anthropometric examination, collecting data from close family or close neighbor who are ensured to be safe the COVID-19 transmission. Respondents were given adequate explanation and gave their consent to follow the research procedures. Respondent complete address and all information that we gathered in this research. Data regarding sunrise hour obtained from inputting respondent complete address on Google search with the keyword Islamic prayer schedule at the respondent residence according to respondent full address. At the time data when the data was taken by enumerator. With use Google search as sunrise hour, then is computed in the formula 9 o'clock, the time when work to be started, minus sunrise time, and the data obtained for the hours and minutes different between local sunrise hour to working hour. This figure is explain how we gather information about sunrise time, local sunrise time. The local sunrise time we can gather from the data from ID card the respondent and the time of period gathering data we search with the formula keyword Islamic prayer times in, for example, Kartosuro Sukarjo in 27th January 2022. We can find this from Google search the local sunrise time in this area, and that time is 5 to 46 a.m. And we computed to the data at the time o'clock, time generally accepted as start to work minus sunrise time, and we calculated this data, the duration time between work hour to sunrise time. The result of this study, a total of 435 respondents voluntarily participated in this study. Almost half respondents over 40 years old, less than half are female, have less than 12 years of formal education. Nearly 2/3 are married and have social jet lag of 1.0 hours or half hours or less. More than 3/4 respondents have an income more than 2.5 million rupees and live in areas with the distance of 2.5 hours or more. This is completely data from the respondent, the characteristic data of respondent. And this is the bivariate analysis of this data. The later sunrise time or duration or interval working hour to sunrise time less than for 2.5 hours, more have social jet lag than the areas with earlier sunrise time or more hours duration between sunrise time to working hours. The difference is significant with P 0.028. The conclusion of this research is those who live in areas with later local sunrise hour or shortest duration between sunrise hour to working hours, more at risk experiences social jet lag compared to those who live in the areas that are earlier or shortest duration, wider duration sunrise time to working hours. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum.
Stop.
positive group and extract tablet, the cholesterol level become decrease. So this is shows that the extract of fixed fruit have some effect to reduce the cholesterol level induction with the lard and egg yolk. This is the table from the enhancement from the induction. This is the lowering cholesterol after drug administration. For the tablet formula 3 is the best effect with the percent cholesterol reduction is 72%. Similar with the positive group, there are simvastatin tablet with the percent cholesterol reduction is 71.6%. Then the conclusion, from the conclusion we can add some information. The external extract of figs contain secondary metabolite such as polyphenol, saponin, and flavonoid in the form of quercetin. The quercetin has been shown to reduce total cholesterol level. And then the characteristic of the formulation on each chewable tablet of figs extract meet the requirement except for the disintegration test, because the disintegration test more than 30 minutes and hardness test where the result was more than 3 kilograms. Difference in the dose of chewable tablet affect the solubility value of the quercetin compound. The longer of time, the more dissolved quercetin was indicated by an increase in the total Q value. And then chewable tablet of figs extract were shown to be able to reduce total cholesterol levels in rat feed, a high-fat diet induction in the form of pork oil or lard and quail egg yolk. The most effective dose of chewable tablet in lowering cholesterol level was the 150 milligrams, with the percentage reduction is 72%. And then the chewable tablet of figs extract with a dose of 150 milligrams were not significantly different compared to simvastatin tablet in reducing total cholesterol level. The effectiveness of chewable tablet of figs extract at a dose of 150 milligrams was the same as simvastatin tablet, with a percentage reduction of 150 milligram figs extract by 72% and simvastatin 10 milligrams tablets by 71.8%. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
In a number of countries such as the UK, these are initially raised indoors, so under cover of glass or plastic. So the seeds are sown indoors, and initially the plants are grown until they have around 3 or 4 true leaves under such conditions. The seeds are sown into compacted peat blocks like the one shown in the image here, and then at this stage, approximately as shown by the plant in the picture, they are then taken out and planted into the field. These seedlings are referred to as transplants. The transplants undergo a period of hardening off, that is to acclimatise them to outdoor conditions after having been initially raised indoors, and then they go out into the field. However, even though they encounter a hardening off period, the transplantation stage of putting these seedlings out into the field is still a source of abiotic stress for these small plants. This abiotic stress they encounter tends to be quite short term, therefore it's a transient period. Until the roots of the plant can grow out of the peat block that it's contained within and the plant can establish itself in the field, it's subsequent to stresses that can impact upon its subsequent growth. Therefore, when designing our abiotic stress assays for screening in the glasshouse or in the field, we, in our studies, have decided to use them at this transplantation stage to increase their commercial relevance, because this is a time point in the production cycle where abiotic stress can be a significant problem for producers. In the work I'm going to discuss today, we're looking predominantly at two particular fresh produce species, that is Brassica oleracea and lettuces. However, we're also carrying out some work in onions and carrots. So first of all, Brassica oleracea. This single species encompasses a large range of important crop types. These include cauliflower, cabbage, broccoli, but also kohlrabi, kale, and a number of others. So how do we determine which material to use in our assays? This work forms part of a project known as the Vegetable Genetic Improvement Network. This is funded via a government body in the UK. There are also similar genetic improvements for other crop types. VEGIN, as it is known, is a collaboration between ourselves at Harper Adams University and colleagues at the University of Warwick. The aim is to improve a number of different traits in vegetable crops. The abiotic stress work is just one aspect, and a number of biological issues are also being investigated. VEGIN makes use of material from the UK Vegetable Gene Bank, a seed store at the University of Warwick. Because the UK Vegetable Gene Bank has so many different varieties available, we need a way to try and narrow these down to enable more effective and efficient phenotyping. The VEGIN project has developed some of these populations in aiming to optimize phenotyping using just subsets of the gene bank material. One example of these are what is known as diversity fixed foundation sets. The aim of these is to optimize as much variation as possible as is found in the whole gene bank collection for a particular species, but by using a smaller number of lines, around 100 lines per species. The aim is to try and maintain as much variation as possible, but at the same time maximize the efficiency of phenotyping and reducing its cost by reducing the number of lines that need to be phenotyped. Furthermore, each of these lines has been genetically fixed, usually by the creation of double haploids. This means that each seed of each variety in that particular assay is genetically identical. This helps to reduce variation in the results obtained and enables better and clearer analysis of the results to be applied. So in order to determine where our genetic material for resilience to abiotic stress is located, we need a way to screen, that is to phenotype, a wide range of different plant varieties in order to work out where the resilience lies, and then that can go forward into conventional breeding programs or via GM routes. For our particular assay here, we're looking to implement the stress treatments at the transplant stage, that is these 3 to 4 true leaf stage seedlings. The methodology we're using takes a control plant, an untreated plant of each variety, and one which has undergone a transient stress treatment. This is a short-term treatment, usually between 1 to 6 days. For each line there will be a control and a stress plant. At the end of the stress treatment, we allow the plants to recover by potting them on and irrigating them, and we then give them a 2 to 3 week period to allow subsequent growth. At the end of this time frame, we then compare the biomass of the untreated and the treated plant, and we determine the growth of the stressed plant as a proportion of the untreated plant to work out whether the stress has negatively impacted its growth or not. In order to mimic commercial practice, seeds of the chosen varieties are sown at first in what are known as 3-4-5 module trays. These are small cellular trays that are similar to the ones that would be used in commercial production. Seedlings are grown here initially until they are required for the stress treatment at the 3 to 4 true leaf stage. At this point, plants are selected from each line at the same growth stage. Some plants are selected as controls and don't undergo a treatment, whereas those receiving the stress treatment undergo a short-term transient stress shock. In the image shown here, this is use of a controlled environment facility to apply a combined heat and drought treatment to brassica seedlings. At the start of the treatment, early on, the plants begin to wilt, as shown on the left, and by the end of the treatment, the plants are severely wilted, as shown in the image on the right. We therefore then need to let the plants recover so that we can make an analysis of the comparison of biomass between untreated and stressed plants. After the stress treatment, all plants, controlled and stressed, are potted in a larger volume of growth media and transferred to the glasshouse to allow them to recover for a period of 2 to 3 weeks. At this end point, that is when we make the analysis of the comparison in fresh weight and dry weight, leaf number, height and other parameters between the control and the stress plants to determine for each particular line whether there has been a negative, a neutral or a positive effect of the stress treatment. For Brassica oleracea, we optimised a number of assays using short-term abiotic stress treatments. We looked at drought and heat combined using a 40°C treatment in a controlled environment unit, and also separate stressors alone. This was a short 2-day treatment. We also imposed a 6-day waterlogging treatment and a 3-day salinity treatment using a concentration of sodium chloride to mimic seawater ingress into the soil. What we found is when we looked at a range of different lines, we found a number of different responses, and we found either positive or negative effects on growth. In the upper image shown here, the drought and waterlogging treatments have both had negative effects on the size of the plant compared to the control, the untreated plant. However, in the variety shown in the bottom, drought and salinity actually seem to have had a positive effect on growth, and waterlogging a negative one. And we see a number of different effects based upon the varieties that we assay. If we use this assay methodology across an entire population, such as the Brassica oleracea diversity fixed foundation set, we see a range of responses against each particular stress. The data shown here indicate the responses to drought stress across this population. The data is shown as the relative fresh weight, that is the fresh weight of the stressed plant as a proportion of that of the untreated control. Plants on the left are susceptible to the stress plant is smaller than the untreated plant, while those on the right are the resilient ones. In this case, the stressed plant is the same size as or larger than the untreated plant. What we see is that we get a range of susceptible lines on the left, intermediate in the centre, and the most resilient, which are not significantly different from the control, on the right. Very occasionally we get a line where the stress plant actually has a greater fresh weight than the untreated plant and is showing a positive response to the stress, but this occurrence is quite rare. We can repeat that analysis with a number of different stresses, either single or used in various combinations. What this allows us to do is then compare for each variety its response to a range of different stresses. The figure shown here shows the response to drought, flooding, salinity, heat and cold for a selection of Brassica oleracea varieties. What is interesting to note is that for most varieties there doesn't seem to be a particular correlation between response to one stress versus another. However, what we do see occasionally is a variety which is susceptible to all of the stresses that we have so far tested, shown here all S, all susceptible, or one that is resilient to all of the stresses that we've so far assayed, shown here as all R. Now interestingly, in this particular situation, both of these varieties that have been highlighted are broccoli types. We're not seeing an overall correlation either between responses to different stress types or with the different crop type within the oleracea species, that being cabbage, cauliflower, broccoli, or so on. What this means is that on one hand we are unable to predict the response to one stress from another, but what it does mean is that we are still finding resilience to different types of stresses in different varieties, and perhaps these can be combined together through subsequent breeding approaches. Another way to visualize this is through use of a heat map, as shown here. Resilient responses are shown in green, intermediate in white, and susceptible in red. What we find is that when we again look at a number of varieties, we might see resilient responses to maybe 1, 2, or 3 stresses, but very rarely do we see a resilient response to all 5 that we've so far looked at. Similarly, rarely do we see a susceptible response to all 5. What it does allow us to do, though, is pick out some varieties that show either a good or very good resilient response to multiple stresses, perhaps not all 5, but maybe 3 or 4 out of 5. Interestingly, when we look at this, there appears to be no correlation between the crop type and the response we're seeing. What this means is that we are seeing levels of resilience in cabbage, in cauliflower, in broccoli, in kale, and so on, which is a good prospect for future breeding approaches. If all of the resilience was contained only in, say, broccoli, for example, this might make it harder for us to breed resilience into cabbage or cauliflower. But the fact that we're not seeing a crop type effect is promising in that the resilience does not appear to be limited to one crop type over another within this species. To conclude the work on brassicas, what we've seen is that the different brassica varieties respond to the stresses in different manners, some in a susceptible way and some in a more resilient way. We've seen that how resilience to different stresses is not normally correlated. We can't predict a response to drought from a response to waterlogging, for example. Unfortunately, we have been able to identify resilience to the different stresses in multiple crop types within this single species. So we can employ a different assay system optimized for a different type of crop, in this case lettuce. For lettuce, we have similar diversity fixed foundation sets and also mapping populations available from the veggin resources at the UK Vegetable Gene Bank. We can then re-optimize the assay system to provide a suitable range of responses within this species. This includes duration and strength effects on the assay treatments for the different stresses. For example, the assays used for lettuce include 1-day drought and heat 40 degrees C combined treatments, a waterlogging treatment which is shorter than that for the brassicas, and again at the same strength of salinity treatment with a slightly altered duration. We optimize the assay to try and obtain the greatest range of responses possible. A too severe assay would give susceptible effects in all lines and would not allow us to pick out the more resilient lines, whereas a treatment that was not strong enough would not allow us to differentiate between those most susceptible and resilient lines. Again, when we employ these assays with the lettuce populations, we see, like with the brassicas, a range of different responses to the stress. Occasionally a positive response, mostly a resilient or a negative or a susceptible effect. If we look first at the responses of the lettuce diversity set to the drought treatment, we see a significant range of responses. Again, this is showing the relative fresh weight with the most susceptible lines on the left, those with a relative fresh weight of less than 100%, showing that the stress-treated plant has been negatively impacted in terms of its fresh weight compared to the control. We have a range of intermediate plants, and we have a small number of plants that have actually responded positively to the drought treatment on the right. The range of responses is not quite as dramatic as seen with the brassicas, but that could be due to the optimization of the treatment. With salinity, the results are a bit more dramatic, and the responses that we've seen across this population probably warrant further optimization of this treatment to make it slightly less severe. However, we still get a significant range of responses that allows us to differentiate between those most susceptible lines with the lowest relative fresh weight and those that are the most resistant with the highest relative fresh weight on the right. And finally, in a similar manner, if we look at waterlogging of the lettuce seedlings, we see again on the left the most susceptible lines with the reduced relative fresh weight below 100%, intermediate lines in the centre, and those that are the most resilient on the right with the highest relative fresh weight. So again, we're seeing a significant range between the worst performing lines and the best performing lines within the lettuce diversity set for each of the stress assays. What we can then do is look at the most extreme lines for each of the different stresses and compare them in a similar manner to how we looked at the responses to the different stresses for the brassica populations. Within the lettuce populations, most of which belong to the cultivated species Lactuca sativa, but also with a small number of lines of wild relatives, for example Lactuca cereola, we can look at which are the best and worst performing lines for each of the treatments. We can see that when we compare these between the different stress treatments, we get some lines that perform well in one treatment and again in another. For example, lines number 55, 1 and 74 are among the top 5 most resilient lines for both the drought and the salinity treatments. However, interestingly, they don't appear in the top 5 lines for waterlogging performance. Similarly, we get lines number 64 and 46, which are amongst the most susceptible 5 lines for 2 or 3 of these different stresses. And then finally, perhaps most surprisingly, we see occasionally an example of lines such as number 56 and 36, which are among the top 5 most resilient for drought stress, are actually among the bottom 5 most susceptible lines for salinity stress. So again, like the brassica data, we cannot predict the response of one treatment from the response to another. However, we are seeing some lines that perform well in multiple stresses or perform particularly badly in multiple stresses, but we do occasionally see a very interesting result where one variety appears to be trading off a good performance versus one stress, such as drought, with a bad performance against another, such as salinity. However, this is not always the case. So there's something very interesting going on here, which should be interesting to investigate further at the molecular level. What we see is when we're comparing the different species, so the cultivated species Lactuca sativa versus the wild species such as Lactuca cereola, we don't always see a significant effect. Sometimes we're seeing a significant difference that suggests perhaps there is a difference in susceptibility from wild to cultivated species, but it's not always significant, which suggests that maybe the wild species sometimes might have beneficial traits in relation to these stresses, but sometimes they do not. What we can also look at is the different types of lettuce. So lettuce can be divided into different morphotypes, such as cos, iceberg or butterhead lettuce, that are all part of the Lactuca sativa species. What we see is that there's no significant difference between the morphotype of the lettuce, whether it's a cos or an iceberg lettuce, and its response to a particular abiotic stress treatment. This is similar to what we saw in the brassicas, where we compared the crop types such as cauliflower versus cabbage versus broccoli. What this means is it's a promising result in that it suggests that we can breed resilience into the different types of lettuce. We could hopefully produce a drought-tolerant cos, drought-tolerant iceberg, and so on. So where do we go from here? Ultimately, this work aims to identify beneficial traits in genetic material that can go forward into crop breeding programs to improve currently available varieties. So far, we've used predominantly single stressors and some use of combined dual stressors, such as heat and drought. Now, in the field, the occurrence of multiple simultaneous stressors is more likely, for example, drought and heat, but perhaps also cold and waterlogging. There's a number of studies suggesting that there's importance to applying stressors simultaneously, as the response of a plant to those simultaneous stressors may be different to its responses to singly applied stressors. Therefore, we will enhance our research in the area of multiple stressors and investigate this in more detail. There's also data suggesting the importance of the stress recovery process, and we've started to look at how varieties differ in their recovery from the stress rather than their response during it, to see if this is significantly important in their ultimate resilience phenotype. And just to finish finally with a question. Climate change obviously isn't standing still and is an ongoing changing process. The breeding of a new crop variety can take many years. Are we therefore always playing catch up with our breeding processes? The conditions for which we've bred a crop may no longer be present by the time that crop is delivered to market. So how can we make the best use of phenotyping and breeding approaches to maximise future crop durability? Finally, I'd like to thank my colleagues at the Harper Adams Fresh Produce Research Centre, also Professor Peter Kettlewell at Harper Adams, our colleagues at the Warwick Crop Centre Vegging Group, the funders of this research, UK Government DEFRA and AHDB, and the stakeholders of the Vegging project, which is a number of different academic and industry stakeholders. And finally, thank you very much for listening.
To check independently rather than going to the hospitals. Okay, this is the conclusion. There are 86 articles having the keyword that was published between 2012 until 2021. This field of study is currently in the preparatory stage and contributes primarily to the field of the medicine, computer science, and engineering. In particular, scientific research in this area is expected to make great strides. Summarize, the study is useful in understanding the early state of research and the direction for future research of telemedicine in Indonesia. I choose to be glad to answer any question at the end of my presentation. So please hold your question if you have any. Okay, thank you and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mrs. Tri Lestari, for your presentations. Okay, the next presentation from Mr. Hari Fauzi. Yeah. Okay, let's play the video.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Hari Fauzi from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the chance that given to me. Today, I would like to present our research entitled Implementation of Chronic Disease Management Program on Hypertension Disease in Kemeranjen 1, Puskesmas, Banyumas District. Okay, I will, I will to present about my PowerPoint. Okay. Implementation of Chronic Disease Management Program on Hypertension Disease in Kemeranjen 1, Kemeranjen 1, Puskesmas, Banyumas District. Our team is Hari Fauzi, Dion Ramadan, Arif Mulyanto from Fakultas of Health Science, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Banyumas, Indonesia. Introduction. Based on basic health research of 2018, chronic illness one of the main causes of death in Indonesia. Okay, Banyumas District occupies the highest percentage for the elderly, where only 45.4% patients with hypertension are treated with chronic disease management program. is the mentioned Prolanis at Kemeranjen 1 atau Kemeranjen 1 Puskesmas in District Banyumas. Purpose this research identify the implementation of chronic disease management program on hypertension disease in Kemeranjen 1 Puskesmas Banyumas District. Okay. Methodology or approach this research is qualitative by using case study strategy. There were 9 informant chosen by purpose technique. Data analysis is done based on inductive logic obtained from in-depth interview. Qualitas data is present in form of narration and table. Okay, finding. The coverage of Prolanis program was seen from the indicator of contact rate not reached by Kemeranjen 1 Puskesmas with a ratio of 108 per mile contact rate and ratio indicator of routine Prolanis participant visible only standard safe zone is 69% due to lack of Prolanis related socialization is the lack of socialization and remembering to visit Prolanis in Kemeranjen 1. Okay, finding Puskesmas limit proliferation participation due to doubt in controlling for routine coming every month. The coverage of the number of Prolanis participants is influenced by number of contacts and ratio of Prolanis revisit. Puskesmas are expected to be better able to carry out promotive and preventive activities. Suggestions all office in District Banyumas staff evaluated the coverage of patients who participated in Prolanis and are follow up and feedback to the Puskesmas. And then in the second suggestion, need to provide training to improve officer skill and to update knowledge. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any question? Okay. Thank you for my presentation or research for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for our presenters. This is the end of presentation and the end of session of this.
What happened next is the idea of suspense. And that's a good skill to have. You want to use it because that's what native speakers, when they read something, they read for the meaning. They don't stop at every paragraph sometimes. That's the fast reading for general global meaning. But then I always, not always, but when we talk about it, say let's say the students are assigned a four-page of the novel for the next assignment, for example, then I'll say, well, now I want you to concentrate on the second paragraph of page 8 or whatever. And then we read that paragraph in detail. And we observe every adjective and how it relates to the noun. And I say to observe this, observe that. And then, of course, you look at the grammar, and that's a kind of, you analyze things and appreciate the finding the text. Of course, if you're reading poetry, that's so important because if you read poetry, it's built on opposition oftentimes. You're talking about the two words. There's a poem in Arabic that the first line that distinguishes two ways of staying in a place, whether you stay in a place for a short time or a long time. So that opposition is something that plays a role in that line of poetry about time and the experience of time. And if you don't look at those things closely, then you'll miss richest of the text, if it's a literary text, for example. So train your students to be good observers, good listeners. And also there's a pattern, oftentimes if your student is by themselves and just listening to, say, a radio broadcast in the language that they're learning, then try for them to sort of say, I don't say, just try to repeat to themselves and they're repeating the intonation as best they can and the word, and that'll help them make it's not just a listening experience, but it's a listening and performance too, in the sense of the listener also performs in trying to imitate what he or she hears. And so this all comes under the rubric of attentive observation and induction. So in my example that I gave before about how to distinguish between the city of Madison, just city, or the city of Madrid and Madrid, then how the city, that the form of the noun changes according to the context. So that's why, without telling the students that this is a theoretical thing about the relationship to nouns, but helping them induce the structure without telling them. And then that's an idea of discovery. And discovery is so important because the act of discovering something is a pleasure. In modern criticism, we talk about the pleasure of the text. The pleasure of the text involves discovering new things in a text each time we read it or hear it. And if you hear about, if you're trying to discover why do I say in one place Medina, another place Medinat, and then I get the idea, that gives us a pleasure because it requires something new on our own, not having been told by theory. We get to, again, that gives a pleasure, and that's induction. It's not logical, but we induce it. We have many materials, and then we try to induce the meaning. And also, example, and if you're reading for context, reading a novel, and a word appears over and over again, you say, well, what must this word mean? I see this word in this context. They try to observe and say how the word is used. Oh, that must be this. So, for example, when I'm reading during the epidemic, I would always read BBC Arabic, and sometimes new words come up, like the word for epidemic, or pandemic, which I wasn't aware of, and I see the word used, and I know the word has to mean pandemic. That's the context. I didn't know the word before, but I see it used in that context. Okay, the word for a variant of corona. Oh, there's a new word. I didn't never do that word for variant, but of course I see it used over and over. So, in the context, well, that must mean variant. Well, that's really observation, and you deduce the meaning of a word. And then what's the relationship between the teacher and the learner? There must be a friendly relationship. There must not be this hierarchical distance. Because if the teacher's up here, the learner's down there, and the teacher and the student feel so shy, the teacher's like kind of very, like I say, if the teacher gives the impression of being sombong, then there's not that intimate relationship between teacher and student that we want. We want the teacher to be, on the psychological, we want to be level. Two human beings enjoying exploration of learning, because the teacher's learning too. Teacher can also find someone that knows much more than he or she does. Or of course, look at the dictionary. How many words in the dictionary? Even if you look at your own language, what percentage of those words do you actually know, can use? So the teacher has to be humble with the WADA and tell the students, yes, we're all this together. I was like you learning 20 years ago or 50 years ago. I was the same place you are now, and you will do the same process, and maybe hopefully you'll go further than I have been able to go. So you have to be humble and be friendly and open. Of course, we have in each society, there are constraints of what the relationship between the teacher and student is, what is permissible. In America, we are very open. The students call us by our first name. We don't say Professor Dustin Kao. We just say Dustin. Okay, that's something that's not possible, for example, in Indonesia. That's something because of the social structure. So we accept that. Okay, we have to say instead of Dr. Dustin or Professor Dustin or Pak Dustin. So we have to have that title. Well, okay, we accept that because that's the way society is. We have to live in society. But in America, we don't use those titles much. We have try to serve a more equal quality relationship through the use of getting rid of the titles. And well, that's very important to have that feeling of we're in together, we're in this process. I'm trying to be your guide, and I'll take pleasure in seeing you acquire things and learning to be your own teacher in a sense.
Professor Kawa?
Yes.
Can we
Yes.
do like 3 more minutes? Will that be possible?
Okay.
Yes.
I think it's almost the end right here. So,
Okay.
And then the idea of building a sense of community in the classroom with the group activities, for example. And thank you. So I think that open to questions.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Professor Cowell, for the very comprehensive presentation about communicative language teaching approach for second language teaching. And now we have 2 participants who raised hand. First, I would like to invite first of all, I would like to invite audience to ask in any language that you are comfortable with. I think we have 3 possible languages here. We can use English, Bahasa Indonesia, or we can use Arabic if that's comfortable for you. I'm gonna ask somebody to translate it for me.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, kampus terpadu yang terletak di Kasihan, Bantul, Yogyakarta, adalah salah satu instansi pendidikan di Indonesia yang memiliki tujuan ikhtiar menuju sehat. Sebuah tekad yang bulat untuk menjamin kesehatan sivitasnya di tengah badai pandemi COVID-19. Dengan membentuk Incident Command System UMY atau ICS UMY. ICS sendiri diresmikan pada 31 Maret 2020 oleh Rektor UMY. Meningkatnya kasus COVID-19 di Yogyakarta membuat UMY berinisiatif menyediakan shelter COVID yang bertempat di Unires Putra. Asrama yang dialihfungsikan ini digunakan sebagai wisma atau hunian bagi pasien yang positif terpapar COVID-19. Baik bagi sivitas akademika maupun masyarakat umum dengan kapasitas maksimum 70 orang. Shelter COVID yang dikelola oleh ICS UMY memberi fasilitas penuh bagi pasien, seperti konsultasi dan kunjungan dokter, perawat jaga selama 24 jam, kebutuhan obat sesuai dengan kondisi medis, konsumsi makanan sehat dan bergizi 3 kali sehari, senam rutin yang diadakan setiap pagi, dan pengecekan kesehatan pasien yang dilakukan setiap hari. ICS UMY juga menyediakan telemedicine atau hotline COVID-19 sebagai sarana bagi sivitas akademika yang mengalami keluhan terkait kesehatan atau konsultasi seputar pengobatan saat terkonfirmasi positif COVID-19. Tidak hanya sampai di situ, ICS UMY juga bekerja sama dengan Biro Umum dan K3L untuk melakukan penyemprotan disinfektan di ruangan kelas usai digunakan atau penyemprotan disinfektan di sportorium sebelum dan sesudah upacara wisuda berlangsung. Guna tetap menjalankan misi ikhtiar menuju sehat, ICS UMY juga bekerja sama dengan mahasiswa guna membentuk tim relawan yang membantu jalannya screening suhu seluruh pengunjung yang memasuki kampus terpadu UMY, serta berlangsungnya vaksinasi primer dan booster secara gratis. bagi sivitas akademika dan masyarakat sekitar secara drive-thru, guna membantu meningkatkan imun serta mencegah penyebaran COVID-19 di Indonesia, khususnya Yogyakarta. Semenjak terbentuknya ICS UMY sebagai garda terdepan dalam penanganan COVID-19 di UMY, setiap sivitas yang terpapar oleh COVID-19 mendapat pelayanan kesehatan yang maksimal. Bahkan bingkisan sembako atau buah-buahan dibagikan secara cuma-cuma sebagai bentuk komitmen kampus untuk menjaga kesehatan sivitasnya. Semoga kedepannya ICS UMY dapat terus memberi pelayanan kesehatan yang maksimal bagi sivitas akademika muda mendunia.
This is Indonesia, the largest archipelagic country with abundant natural resources, the land of paradise with thousands of tribes and local languages. Yogyakarta is a gateway to Indonesia's natural beauty and exoticism, with breathtaking views and unique philosophical cultures. It is a city where people carve indelible memories. Welcome to Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Since 1981, we have flourished and innovated to serve the community. We are a young university, but our achievements are remarkable. We elevate our university and support our student and teaching staff to achieve their goals through research, innovation, and creativity. The COVID-19 pandemic does not cease our path.
Eerily desolate. This is ground zero for the illness.
It has been our responsibility to adapt and to innovate. Upholding three principles of higher education, we certainly welcome the new era to develop Indonesia and enlighten the universe. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, muda mendunia.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, kampus terpadu yang terletak di Kasihan, Bantul, Yogyakarta, adalah salah satu instansi pendidikan di Indonesia yang memiliki tujuan ikhtiar menuju sehat. Sebuah tekad yang bulat untuk menjamin kesehatan sivitasnya di tengah badai pandemi COVID-19. Dengan membentuk Incident Common System UMY atau ICS-UMY. ICS sendiri diresmikan pada 31 Maret 2020 oleh Rektor UMY. Meningkatnya kasus COVID-19 di Yogyakarta membuat UMY berinisiatif menyediakan shelter COVID yang bertempat di Universitas Putra. Asrama yang dialihfungsikan ini digunakan sebagai wisma atau hunian bagi pasien yang positif terpapar COVID-19, baik bagi sivitas akademika maupun masyarakat umum dengan kapasitas maksimum 70 orang. Shelter COVID yang dikelola oleh ICS-UMY memberi fasilitas penuh bagi pasien, seperti konsultasi dan kunjungan dokter, perawat jaga selama 24 jam, kebutuhan obat sesuai dengan kondisi medis, konsumsi makanan sehat dan bergizi 3 kali sehari, senam rutin yang diadakan setiap pagi, dan pengecekan kesehatan pasien yang dilakukan setiap hari. ICS-UMY juga menyediakan telemedicine atau hotline COVID-19 sebagai sarana bagi sivitas akademika yang mengalami keluhan terkait kesehatan atau konsultasi seputar pengobatan saat terkonfirmasi positif COVID-19. Tidak hanya sampai di situ, ICS-UMY juga bekerja sama dengan Biro Umum dan K3L untuk melakukan penyemprotan disinfektan di ruangan kelas usai digunakan atau penyemprotan disinfektan di sportorium sebelum dan sesudah upacara wisuda berlangsung. Guna tetap menjalankan misi ikhtiar menuju sehat, ICS-UMY juga bekerja sama dengan mahasiswa guna membentuk tim relawan yang membantu jalannya screening suhu seluruh pengunjung yang memasuki kampus terpadu UMY, serta berlangsungnya vaksinasi primer dan booster secara gratis bagi sivitas akademika dan masyarakat sekitar secara drive-thru, guna membantu meningkatkan imun serta mencegah penyebaran COVID-19 di Indonesia, khususnya Yogyakarta. Semenjak terbentuknya ICS-UMY sebagai garda terdepan dalam penanganan COVID-19 di UMY, setiap sivitas yang terpapar oleh COVID-19 mendapat pelayanan kesehatan yang maksimal. Bahkan bingkisan sembako atau buah-buahan dibagikan secara cuma-cuma sebagai bentuk komitmen kampus untuk menjaga kesehatan sivitasnya. Semoga kedepannya ICS-UMY dapat terus memberi pelayanan kesehatan yang maksimal bagi sivitas akademika muda mendunia.
The closing ceremony of the 6th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation 2022 is about to begin. Therefore, we would like to kindly remind participants to please activate and adjust your video camera in a proper position and keep your audio feature inactive during the conference or deactivate the microphone feature on your devices. To handle the closing ceremony of the 6th ICoSI 2022, we are pleased to welcome our Master of Ceremony, Dr. Emir Gemilang Jayaringga and Santi Zaidan.
The Excellency, Chairman of Board of Trustees of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Dr. Agung Danarto MAG, The Excellency, Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Professor Dr. Insinyur Gunawan Budianto MP IPM,
The Excellency, Vice Rector for Academic Affairs of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Professor Dr. Insinyur Sukamta MT IPM, The Excellency, Steering Committee of the 6th ICoSI 2022, Professor Dr. Diah Mutiarin, SIP MISE,
The Excellency, Chairpersons of Organizing Committee of the 6th ICoSI 2022, Mr. Zuhud Rozaki, PhD. The Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to praise the Almighty God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the most glorified and the most high, for His grace and mercies, for enabling us to meet virtually on this conference in a very good condition, although we are still in the middle of pandemic.
In addition, may peace and salutations always be upon to the Prophet of Islam, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, peace be upon him, because of his guidance has brought us from the distraction to the light of Islam.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're delighted to welcome you all to the closing ceremony of the 6th International Conference on Sustainable Innovations 2022. May I have your very big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, this conference brings out the main theme of optimizing global benefit for future well-being. This conference is trying to play a role as a vehicle of showcasing scientific works from all around the world, not only for researchers, lecturers, government officers, students, and all parties with the same interest.
Before we move any further, allows us to read our agendas. We begin with the opening, recitations of the Holy Quran, singing Indonesian anthem, followed by Sang Surya and Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta anthem, remark and speech, the last but not least, closing.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us now begin the closing ceremony by reciting Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful.
The recitations of the Holy Quran, Surah Ali Imran, verses 7 to 8, that will be presented by Brother Muhammad Zainuddin Amri. Brother Muhammad Zainuddin Amri is the second year of Islamic Communications and Broadcasting Studies of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta and the multiple-time national champions of Quran recitations competition. Without further ado, please help me welcome Brother Muhammad Zainuddin Amri.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Huwallazi anzala 'alaikal kitaba minhu ayatun muhkamatun hunna ummul kitab Hunna ummul kitabi wa ukharu mutasyabihat فأما الذين في قلوبهم زيغ فيتبعون ما تشابه منه ابتغاء الفتنة ما تشابه منه ابتغاء الفتنة وابتغاء تأويله وما يعلم تأويله إلا الله والراسخون في العلم يقولون آمنا به كل من عند ربنا وما يذكر إلا أولو الألباب صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, for a brief moment, we would like to invite everyone to stand and sing national anthem of Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, and will be followed by Sang Surya and Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta anthem. May all we rise.
Sang Surya, created by Kiai Haji Jarnawi Hadikusumo.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta Anthem created by Agus Kurnia Wibowo. Thank you. Please be seated.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now let us hear some remarks and speeches from our excellencies. First of all, we would like to invite Head of Research and Innovations Institutions of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta to deliver her speech. To Professor Diah Mutiarin, SIP, MSI, please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector of UMY, Professor Dr. Gunawan Budianto, MPIPM, Honorable Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, Professor Dr. Sukamta, the Honorable all the Vice Rectors, and also the Honorable Board of Trustee UMY, which is now already here, Dr. Agung, and also to all the members of Board of Trustee UMY. All the distinguished keynote speakers of the 6th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation, colleagues, leaders from partner universities, lecturers, students, deans, and all the presenters, audience, and also the organizing committee of 6th ICoSI. May peace be with you. I'm very honored and delighted to deliver the closing remarks on the latest day of the annual international conference by Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, the 6th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation, which brings the urgency of optimizing global benefit for future well-being. I would like to thank you for your active, intensive, and productive discussions, as well as your participations over this 2 days conference, which we held virtually and involved more than 600 participants, that we were able to reaffirm the spirit of academic achievement that has always been the cornerstone of the UMY collaboration successes. I believe that we had in-depth exchange of views on strengthening efforts in optimizing global benefit for future well-being. This including how the new interpretation from various academic literatures on global benefit, as well as on future well-being. As we know that from the theories that we have read from many journals, that the future well-being must be collectively involving multidisciplinary, social inclusion, advanced informatic informations, economic growth, also relevant to spatial equality, gender equality, finance stability, public health, public services, communications, and wellness. So these are concepts that all of the participants has been discussed during this 2 days conference is can be a new dimension on how to measure the future well-being. So we believe that all your contributions, particularly on the discussion of the future well-being, will be benefited to all the participants as well as to academic world. The dimension of future well-being are prominently applicable towards policy for sustainable development, since they specifically touch upon the most essential matters in sustainable development. Hereby, we understand that all the stakeholders that consist of academicians, business sectors, civil society, and particularly to the government are valued to address all the issues that rise from how to bring the future well-being to the citizens. And in this well-being, in this future well-being, we also understand that there are well-being state and human principle due to the requisite of increasing disruptive innovation and the preparation of 4.0 society urgencies in achieving future well-being. Furthermore, all the stakeholders need to coordinating the policies and managing the convenient governmental practices. How they strengthening the policy to the citizens, how they bringing a new path for economic growth, because we know in Indonesia and still in most of ASEAN region, we still facing the poverty rate that also still very high in certain countries. So that's why the government needs to have a recommendation from this conference how to be more effective, efficient. Last but not least, we would like to thank to Rector of UMY, Vice Rectors, UMY Board of Trustees, all ICoSI teams, particularly to Pak Dr. Zuhud Rozaki, who are the chairman of the ICoSI, that always been ready from the preparation stage up to the final stage into today. So thank you to Pak Zuhud Rozaki. And we also would like to thank to the deans, all the head of study programs, that they have the lecturers and how they encourage all the lecturers to write for the ICoSI, to send their paper, their best paper, and trying to meet the standard for the international reputable publication. We also would like to thank to the keynote speakers and all presenters for your enthusiastic and dedicated work, while we see that all of you put your heart and soul to make this ICoSI happen. I'm also extremely pleased that the ICoSI was well attended by various participants ranging from scholars, academicians, lecturers, professors, government officials, policymakers, to industry practitioners and experts. Apart from rich panels that were filled with insightful content, the participants benefited from this idea exchange during this 2 days conference in general. To close my speech, I would like to say that due to its academic reputation and international credibility, UMY will continue to play an important role within our bright collaborations amongst national and international partners to achieve excellent research university through the next 7th ICoSI. Once again, thank you for your cooperation. We hope that we can work together again in 7th ICoSI with more diverse topics in the future. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is also our honor to have our Vice Rector for Academic Affairs of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta to deliver his speech that will also officially close the 6th ICoSI 2022. To Professor Dr. Insinyur Sukamta ST MT IPM, please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Thank to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Greetings and salawat to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The Excellencies, Chairman of Board of Trustee of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Bapak Dr. Haji Agung Danarto, and all of members, Professor Samsul Anwar, Professor Mundirin Yusuf, and candidate of Professor Kiai Haji Syahari, and all of the deans of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. The Honorable, the keynote speakers, Professor Ciuku Faisal Fatani, Professor Pams Fredman, Dr. M. Rahman Rustan, and Professor Gunawan Budianto, all the focal keynote speakers and participants, academics, scholars, and also practitioners. On behalf of the Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, or UMY, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all of you for being with us over the past 2 days. The International Conference on Sustainable Innovation, or we call ICoSI, is UMY's flagship conference. ICoSI 2022 comprised a multidisciplinary focal conference. After success in 2019, 2020, and 2021, consecutively with more than 1,000 presenters each year, ICoSI 2022 brings 13 focal conferences from various science fields. As we already know, the presenters and participants of this 6th ICoSI 2022 come from more than 29 countries, namely Australia, France, Hong Kong, India, Iran, Iraq, Japan, Jordan, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Netherlands, Pakistan, Philippines, Russia, Singapore, Sweden, Taiwan, Thailand, Turkey, UAE, UK, Ukraine, US, Uzbekistan, Vietnam, Peru, Poland, Spain, and also Indonesia. And with the number of papers more than 1,000, the number of participants is more than 1,300. It is amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, by holding this conference, we hope to promote the topic optimizing global benefit for future well-being to support the Sustainable Development Goals, global influence, and the Industrial Revolution 4.0, we cannot avoid. Instead, we must be able to take advantage of it all to build the nation toward prosperity in the future. Moreover, sustainable development in the most optimal aspect of economy is economic activities focused on the common welfare. So it is an honor for me to attend some of your excellent presentations, albeit virtually, that have contributed to achieving the goals of this international conference. I want to give my most in-depth respect to all presenters and participants for sharing your insight and values throughout your presentation and for a fruitful discussion. This virtual conference may only last for 2 days, but I sincerely hope that the knowledge gains from each other will continue to guide us in the academic life. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to express my high appreciation to all of your institutions for allowing you to be a part of this conference during the COVID-19 pandemic and in the midst of your busy life. I sincerely hope that this new friendship will last a long time and help drive continuous innovation in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to express my infinite gratitude to the committee, Professor Dia Mutiarin, Dr. Zuhud Rezaki, Dr. Imaniar Ranti MSc, Abdul Rashid Ghazali MSc, the reviewers teams, all the committees and staff and liaison officers who have worked hard for the success of this international conference. Please give big applause to them. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience you may have experienced during the 2 days conference. Please let us know how we can make some improvement for our upcoming event. With blessing of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the 6th ICoSI 2022 I declare closed, and I hope to see you again in the 7th ICoSI 2023. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Sukamta. Please remain on stage for the photo session. Yes, backward. Thank you very much, Prof, for the closing speech. And for the photo session, I also would like to invite Chairman Board of Trustees, Dr. Agung Dananto, MAG, Professor Dr. Syamsul Anwar, MAG, Professor Dr. Munzirin Yusuf, MSI, Dr. Andes Haji Sahari, Professor Dr. Diah Mutiarin SIPMSI, and also last but not least Mr. Zuhud Razaki PhD to take photo session. The first photo session will be done. Free mask is allowed, and there will be two poses. The one is the formal one, and then the second is freestyle. So I count it. 1, 2, 3. Everybody smile. And then now let's change the pose to the freestyle one. Boleh freestyle lupa. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Thank you very much. Please remain on stage. We'll ask our participant to join us in the photo session by open the camera for the participants. Okay. For your information, we have more than 3,000 participants joining us in Zoom right now. So this is the first one. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And then let's have another slide. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, Excellencies. Please have a seat. Last but not least, we also will have our Dean and Head of Focal of ICoSI to take photo session. Inviting our Dean and Head of Focal of ICoSI 2022 to have the photo session. Once again, inviting our Dean and Head of Focal of ICoSI 2022 to have a session together with our Vice Rector. Maybe our Vice Rector will be in the middle. Yeah, in the middle of the row. Okay, there will be two poses. Please take a look at the camera and put our biggest smile. 1, 2. Oh, wait. Okay. Ready? Okay, squeezing the row. Look at the camera. Put our biggest smile. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Let's have another pose. Promise me to have another creative pose, not the thumb up pose. Sarange pose. Or this is like Y or Yogyakarta, right? Look at the camera and smile. 1, 2, 3. Yay! Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Excellencies. Please have a seat and we'll be continue our closing ceremony.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the 6th ICoSI 2022 has been successfully conducted since yesterday, and we would like to say congratulations to all the 13 focal conference who has been running the amazing and wonderful conference within these 2 days. And we would like to give a major appreciation to all the committee and partners that has been put their best to make this conference possible, as well, once again, reaching its success.
Distinguished guests, we are now come to the end of the entire agenda of the 6th ICoSI 2022. We would like to say our biggest gratitude to all of you who has been participate and join us today. Let's close our meeting today by reciting Hamdalah together. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. All praises to Allah. And on behalf of the host and the committee, we would like to extend once again our deepest appreciation for your support and participation.
We wish you enjoyed the conference, and we hope to see you next year on 7th ICoSI 2023. Once again, thank you. Good afternoon. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika. Ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta. Astaghfiruka wa atubu ilai.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.